What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. And it is Saturday, June 14th, 2025. We are standing here at Polderbaan, now in use for arrivals with wind blowing from the south. And a TUI Dreamliner coming this way. And warm welcome to all who have joined already. Marja, goedenavond. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Welcome to the show, all others. Peter, Hans, Dennis, Eddie, Zigasar, good morning. Dag het niet. Floris, Dirkie, Taco, Sandbox Movies, Reticent Wife, good morning. Hans, good morning. So, right now things are kind of okay. However, there are showers expected later in the morning, early afternoon. Most of it is expected for the east. So I'm hoping if we are going to see showers coming that they are going to pass over there. But you never know, there's always a degree of uncertainty. Different websites predict different things. I hope it's going to stay dry here. And that the wind that we are currently feeling continues blowing. At least there is a breeze from the south. The windmills in the background are spinning. And this is Air Arabia Morocco, flight 121. I saw a whole squadron of ducks passing by here as I was setting up. Mama duck. And it was a nice formation of baby ducks in a triangle formation. This is TUI flight 361, arriving from Aruba. This is the PHTFK 7878 Dreamliner. 8 hours 52 minutes on the way. The bird control is also present, as you can see. The airplane is 11 years old. Its first flight was in May 2014. Now, which of the bird controllers it is, it's K1. So that's a new one. That's the new Ranger Raptor. A very good morning to all who have joined. And Tijmen is celebrating 6 months of membership, half a year of support, mate. Thank you so much for that. Guten Morgen to you too. Or goedemorgen, as we say here in Dutch. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, Tijmen. Hope everything is still to your liking in the lounge. Hit me up if something is no longer to your liking or if we're running low on certain supplies. I'll put them on the groceries list then. Peter K, good morning. Tina, goedemorgen. Siegfried, goedemorgen. Tini, goedemorgen. Dallas, Aviation, good evening. Welcome to the show, everybody. Nice linear 3 airplane glide slope shot. EasyJet A320 arriving from Edinburgh. Flight 23301. Mr. Blue Sky, good morning. LC 878, guten Morgen. Marianne, goedemorgen. Jimmy, good morning. Mark Nesse, goedemorgen. In terms of quad squads arriving, it is a bit uneventful. The Emirates A380 will be the first quad squad member to arrive here shortly past 1 o'clock. And around 2 o'clock there is an all-white Atlas Air arriving from, if I recall correctly, Almaty. I did see just now that another 747 has taken off from, had taken off from Miami. but that is expected at the end of the afternoon at the soonest. Russell and Cheryl were briefly sitting there. They're now, chasing away another bird who was sitting on their spot on the pipes apparently. Didn't know crows could get so territorial about the excrement pipe, but there you go. Hey there Nancy, good morning, good to see you again. It's me Mike, good morning. Martien, goedemorgen. Jellard, goedemorgen. Leo, goedemorgen. Thibaut, goedemorgen. Rick, goedemorgen. Ryanair Max 8, next. Arriving from Dublin, Ireland, flight 420. Hey Lorenzo. Lorenzo coming over. I'm assuming you're taking Jendrusik with you. Looking forward, guys. Bring plenty of water because it is already warm. Although there is a breeze, luckily. SS Flight 821 arriving from Oslo next. A320neo. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke currently looks like so. Fireworks being set off by K1. Shots fired. Happy New Year. Airplane in the distance turning in from the east. That is a Chinese A350 arriving from Guangzhou in China. DJ Elroy, goedemorgen. Anka, good morning. Scott, good evening. Welcome back, mate. Talita, goedemorgen. Good to see ya.
EMS Live, goedemorgen.
En goedemorgen.
Ik ga je de hand schudden, jongen.
Met wie heb ik het genoegen?
Goedemorgen, Dirk Dijkman.
Dirk Dijkman, goedemorgen.
Ik ben een volger van je.
ik dacht al, ik hoor een bekende stem op de achtergrond met een klein beetje delay. Mooie manier om even te kijken hoeveel de delay is.
Ik ga even mooi kijken hoe jij het doet, jongen.
Nou, leuk, moet je doen.
Ik heb mijn kinderen meegenomen.
Ja, nou, eerste rang allemaal hier.
Echt mooi weer erbij.
Goed gesmeerd?
Ja, echt wel.
Oké, heel goed. Now we are going to see 3 consecutive wide bodies coming in. Should make for a lovely glide slope over here. There you go. That's 1, that's 2. Where is number 3? Where is number 3? Oh, this is number 1 and number 3, and number 2 is turning in from the left and is going to become visible in a moment. Oh wait, already in the background. There it is. But that is, no wait, that is number 3. My bad. That's number 3, and already visible are the numbers 1 and 2. Race Bob, good morning. Marius, good morning. Ari, goedemorgen. Geardown Aviation, good morning. Dirkie says, nog een Dirk, altijd welkom. Yep, we need to number you guys. At 1304, goedemorgen. I totally missed a super chat from you. I think it was on Sunday. I saw it when I was looking back and I made a note of it, and as a mental note that whenever you were going to get live again, I would thank you. At 1304, thank you so much. A belated thank you and apologies for having missed your super chat last Sunday. Danny, goedemorgen. Air Canada in the Star Alliance livery, flight 900. Paul, goedemorgen. Julian, goedemorgen. Jade, goedemorgen. Ties, goedemorgen. Martin, good morning. Shinmai, goedemorgen. Hope I pronounced your name properly. No need to thank me, Ed. I am the one who needs to thank you and apologize for a belated thank you. Next up, a Chinese A350 arriving from Guangzhou in China. This is China Southern Airlines flight 307, 11 hours and 2 minutes underway. 4-year-old airplane. The Bravo 30 Foxtrot O. Third airplane that you can see in the background is a small 737-800 from Sun Express, no, Corendon Airlines arriving from Izmir, Turkey. First up an A350, after that Delta Airlines Flight 56, that's an A330neo arriving from Salt Lake City. And a belated congratulations, Terry, who celebrated his birthday yesterday. Adriane, goedemorgen. Geert, goedemorgen. Nick, goedemorgen. Jan, goedemorgen. Derek, good morning. Sending some warmth and sunshine over to you then. Cold, wet and miserable. And where might that be, Derek? Alrighty. Yesterday morning we were lucky in the part where the arrivals took place. A lot of the wide bodies reversed. That's the way, I like it, da-da-da-da-da-dum. Mental note, when I get a stream deck, also make sure we get a sample of That's the Way I Like It. Delta Airlines Flight 56 is next to arriving from Salt Lake City. And that is an A330neo. 9 hours and 16 minutes on the way. November 425 Delta X-Ray is the registration. The airplane is a year old. First flight October 2023. Not sure yet, Scott. It depends on the weather and also if after the A380 it is going to slow down. Often when the A380 lands, thereafter it's just a continuous slew of narrow bodies. We already know that with the current ETA, the 747 from Almaty is going to land on the wrong runway, unless it is after 2 o'clock. So I'm not sure yet. Also, depends on whether or not it stays dry or not. In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Peter K, who just now gifted a membership, and I see that Geert A was the recipient. Welcome to the Aurora Skylounge, Geert. Don't forget to say thank you to Peter, and don't forget to use those custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. Let's also have a quick look on Flight Radar. On the weather app. The METAR is indicating that it is 23 degrees already, 7 knots of wind from the south. The TAF warns for showers, rain, thunderstorms, rain. The weather radar app is clearly indicating that there is an area of rain that is passing from south to north. Whether or not it is going to intensify or if it is going to die down on its way to the north remains to be seen, but it's definitely worthwhile looking out for. In terms of arrivals, the Orange Pride is expected. It is returning from Vancouver and its ETA is 12:08 local time. Jesus flew to Naples or is about to land over there. The Emirates A380 taking a detour and expected 1:12. And now with an ETA of 2:03, an all-white 747 from Atlas Air arriving from Almaty.
Dan kom je even live in actie te zien met je apparatuur.
Ja, leuk hè?
Ik vroeg me altijd af of je een afstandsbediening voor je zoom had. Ik denk het wel.
Ik heb een remote hier waarmee ik de zoom bedien.
Nou, zie je, ja. Mooi spul hoor.
Ja, zeker, zeker.
Je maakt er echt een dikke hobby van.
Dit is geen hobby. Dit is geen hobby.
Ik heb je dus vorige week horen zeggen dat je toch nog een hypotheek moest betalen en 6 dagen in de week moest werken.
Ja, maar dat is inclusief 4 dagen streamen. Ik werk 2 dagen in de week met mijn dayjob en dit doe ik 4 dagen in de week. Dus dan werk ik 6 dagen in de week.
Je hebt wel een mooie balans in de werk.
Dat dacht ik ook.
Straks is het gewoon een keer fulltime doen en is het niet eens meer werk.
Nee. Nou ja, goed, ik beschouw het wel als werken. Ik neem het wel serieus. Dit is niet een grap of zo.
Ik zie dat ik krijg natuurlijk allemaal aanbevelingen van medestreamers. Dus er staat er eentje dan langs in Engeland. Er staan overal natuurlijk soortgelijke jongens.
Ja, zeker.
Daar heb je waarschijnlijk allemaal close contact mee.
Nee hoor, dat valt wel mee. Nee, die doen hun ding daar en ik doe mijn ding hier. Dus dat valt wel mee.
Wat ik leuk vind is dat ook de crew echt aan het zwaaien is naar je. Dus dat was op een gegeven moment
Ja.
die optocht met die hulpdiensten mooi te zwaaien.
Ja. Steeds meer mensen beginnen te zwaaien inderdaad. Dat is superleuk inderdaad. De mensen van Schiphol zelf, mensen in de cockpit. Ik denk een week of 2 geleden of zo. Volgens mij een week of 2 geleden. Morgen jongens. Jadrosik and Lorenzo have also arrived. Right, in the meantime, this is KLM flight 592, 777-300 arriving from Cape Town South. This airplane left from Johannesburg 10 hours and 27 minutes ago. It's the PHBVR 777-300 9 years old, first flight May 2016. Captain Jerry also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Getting a little distracted here because I have a whole crew of people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people or so. I hope that the Wi-Fi reception is going to stay okay, because last time I had a crowd of people right next to me, the connection was starting to hamper, so let me know. Also, if there is any flickering, let me know, because I think it had to do with the heat. Haven't replaced the HDMI cable yet. I'm thinking it was induced by heat somewhere, maybe the cable, but since it never happened on other days, I'm still curious to see if it is going to become a returning problem, and also with lower temperatures. If that's not the case, it was probably heat induced yesterday. Frank, good morning. Peter, goedemorgen. Captain Eddie Bos, good morning. Good evening to you. Let's quickly turn back. Another 777 is coming in. This is a United. United flight 968, arriving from San Francisco, 9 hours and 45 minutes on the way. It's the November 799 Uniform Alpha. And after that, Delta Airlines A330-300, Delta Airlines flight 74. Today not an A350, but an A330-300. Good connection in Edinburgh. Thanks for the feedback, Jimmy. You have to imagine at my 8 o'clock, standing the way I am now, there are people now standing and sitting in the grass. So keep me posted. Also, I have revised the widgets again. I have 2 widgets now active for new memberships and for membership renewals. If all is well, they should only trigger during those events, and if all is well, they are now recoded so that they don't trigger for other events. New memberships should give a green pop-up, and membership renewals should be a blue pop-up. Haven't done the automation for that yet, Marco. No flickering yet. It makes me think it was heat induced. Marco, a massive big thank you to you for your super chat. Rondje bier, groeten uit Enschede. Hey! Beer, beer, beer. Mate, thank you so much, Marco. You didn't have to do that. Thank you so much appreciated. Jade asks if I'm also going to film departures. Well, that depends on the runway use. If they are not going to change it, and by the looks of it, in the upcoming hours, the wind is going to stay from the south, it should be good. And the runway use will not change. In that case, I'm not going to go to a different runway to film the departures. So only if the runway use changes during a stream, is there a chance that I'm going to film the departures today. I'm already sipping vodka, Jesse. It's the only thing I need to function. Frank Aviator also back in the chat, good to see you. Matt, goedemorgen. And all others who've joined in the meantime, good morning. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. This is Delta Airlines Flight 74, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. 7 hours and 57 minutes underway. 757, November 831, November Whiskey. Oh yeah, full bingo card. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a full bingo card landing. Reverses, check. Butter landing, check. Wheelie, check. It checks all the boxes. Absolutely beautiful. Hopefully one of many. In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Frans Greitler. Vielen Dank für deine Super Chat. Good morning to Holland. Good morning to you too, Frans. Herzlich willkommen und vielen Dank für deine Unterstützung. Jörg also back in the chat. Good to see you, Jörg. Hope all is well. So, if all is well, it is going to stay dry here, but like I said, you never know for sure. Every weather app is warning of showers. You can see it on the radar. Hopefully it is going to die down. For now, we have KVK weather and a slight breeze. Hey Klaus, goedemorgen. Roshan, good morning. Roshan says A380 arriving after 1 p.m. Well, we are going to see it, but we are going to see it land to the center runway. If you mean no A380 today, if you mean by that not landing on this runway, then you are right, absolutely. Back pain. That's not good, Jörg. Best way to treat it is take painkillers to a degree that it allows you to move as normal as possible and keep moving a lot of the times. Of course, no heavy lifting, no new PRs in the gym. I know that's something you like to do, but... Say it? Yeah. Jendrosek also speaks from experience. Movement is the best way to treat back pain, whether it is generic back pain or if it is a herniated disc. Treatment is the same.
This morning my back said the same. You ain't going to work.
Febefun? Good morning. I hope I pronounced your name properly. Philips Aviation, goedemorgen kerel. Ad, goedemorgen. Zachary, goedemorgen. Vinny, goedemorgen kerel. Good to see you again. Hey, Jendrosek, goedemorgen kerel. Hey, it's almost as if he is here. What? I can almost hear the spirit of Jendrosek here, hovering over the Polderbaan. Not that I recall. Jendrosek wonders if the water level went up. I did have to take a pee a couple of days ago after too much vodka, but the submarines, yeah, of course, the anti-spotter submarines, the NATO patrol, yeah, they need to lower the raise the water level.
row of spotters with telescopes.
In the meantime, also a massive big thank you to Peter for your hamburger super sticker. That is something that will have to wait until after the diet, but absolutely I am going to make burgers sometime soon when I am done with the diet. Thank you so much, Peter, for your support and for your nice super sticker. Danny, goedemorgen. And in the meantime, also good morning to Mats. Mats, M-A-T-S, Mike Alpha Tango Sierra, celebrating half a year of membership. He has turned yellow and is going to stay yellow for half a year now. Mate, thank you so much for your support. Hope everything is to your liking in the lounge still. Beautiful Bombardier C-Series 300, Croatia Airlines flight 450, returning from Zagreb. Patrick wonders if after 6 hours of talking, aren't you hoarse? Well, not if I am healthy. I did have a cold, I think it was back in May, that did affect my voice a little bit. My vocal cords as well. I also need to use my voice for my day job, so I need to talk basically the entire day. It's what I do almost every day. So only when I have a severe cold that is also affecting my vocal cords does it sometimes make me hoarse. But normally speaking, and I see that Jay's membership renewal did get triggered, but it was a renewal and it was the green pop-up for becoming a member, so that still is not working right. Valuable feedback. Need to update the widget one more time, and also the blue widget for membership renewals did not get triggered, so that's a malfunction on 2 widgets. I'm detracting from the fact that Jay Ramey just now renewed his membership. Welcome back, mate. I hope everything is going to be to your liking in the lounge. We kept everything the way it was when you left it. Sip of vodka to grease the throat a little. Horse indeed, Mats. H-O-A-R-S-E. Or yeah.
Boy.
Yeah.
Where are the arms life flip-flops?
Where are the AMS Live flip-flops? They're for going to the beach, mate. Yeah, I was also thinking about you with Spreadshop you can also opt for sports clothing. I was thinking about getting my own AMS Live tracksuit, maybe. Yeah, well, it is possible. It is within the realm of possibilities.
Everyone in the AMS Live tracksuit.
Going to the gym with my AMS Live tracksuit? Hell yeah. Now, if only they had those motifs that you also saw in The Gentleman with Coach and the lads. Have you seen the film? Oh, you're missing out. The Gentleman, 2019 movie from, what's his name again?
I get the name, but I haven't watched it.
What's his name again? Anyway. From Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels,
okay.
the director, Guy Ritchie.
Guy Ritchie.
He made another film after Lock, Stock and Snatch, of course. 2019, The Gentleman. I think they even made a series out of it for, what was it? Well, probably Netflix. Yeah, Guy Ritchie, Floris. Hey Freddy, goedemorgen. FJWH, good morning. Goedemorgen, kerel. The Gentleman became a series inspired after the movie that Guy Ritchie made in 2019. So if you only have seen the series, have a look. There is also a movie that is highly recommended. absolutely lovely film. My two favorite Guy Ritchie films, I think. The Gentleman and Snatch. Mike Wild, good morning. De Frans, goedemorgen. 2 airplanes visible on the glide slope. Number 2 is a 767-300. United Airlines Flight 20, arriving from Houston in Texas. Houston. Houston, oui oui. Omelette du fromage, à bientôt. Merci beaucoup. In the foreground we have an Embraer 190 arriving from Berlin, KLM Flight 1772.
Houston, in Houston.
Houston in the Pouston.
Nee, het is...
Still no flickering or anything in the footage? It wasn't the camera, I think, that was overheating yesterday. I think it might be the cable. Everybody was indicating it might be a connector. The camera screen functioned without flickering all throughout yesterday's stream. So I think the problem has to be more downstream. I think it had to do with heat, because also my power station that is normally not making any noise also had its fans on. I have my power supply always in the bag. It's my tripod bag that I put around the power supply so that it is protected from direct sunlight and also from rain if it is getting wet. That wasn't enough yesterday. Was actually at some point making quite a bit of noise, just putting up those fans to keep things cool. Good tip, Frank. Cool that cable down with some cool vodka. Lufty 747 to the east of you, Captain Jerry says.
Yeah, there.
Yeah,
there.
it's Air Icarus. It's too close to the sun now to see all the details. I do think that is the airplane you're referring to, Jerome.
It's coming from LAX.
Coming from LAX, where is it to Frankfurt?
Yep.
Yep. In the meantime, United Flight 20 arriving from Houston in Texas. Only now am I seeing that those flaps are almost, if you look at the lower end, it's almost as vertical as with the 777s. If you compare the way these flaps look, they look much more similar, or at least the 777s are more similar to these. If you compare that with the flaps on the Dreamliner, for instance, much more shallow. Interesting to see such a big difference in the wing design. Philip has to go to the hairdresser. See you later, mate. And Glenn says, yeah, YouTube yesterday also had a malfunction. Well, the thing is, you were still able to see the ticker and the watermark at the time of the flickering. So it wasn't so much an issue on the end of YouTube. It was more something happening here locally. Bear with me, he's also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. He is celebrating 6 months of membership. Turning yellow already, 6 months already, onwards to infinity and beyond. Mate, thank you so much for the support. It was nice meeting you the other day. And also, upwards and onwards. This is KLM, flight 598, arriving from Cape Town South. It's the PHBVI, Bravo Victor, India. 10 hours, 49 minutes it has flown to get here. 777-300. 12 years old, first flight June 2012. Ah, nice breeze. Nice. There's actually a nice breeze here. Makes it bearable. Makes it bearable. TUI is coming in next, and after that another Chinese triple. There it is.
Van Willemstad, toch?
Yep, Willemstad Curaçao, and it's a Belgian registered. It's the OOJDL.
Dingen, dat kwam toch ook uit, TUI komt toch ook uit België?
I am not sure if TUI.
TUI Nederland?
Yeah, you do have TUI Netherlands and TUI Belgium. That's right. Or at least you used to have it. I'm not sure that that it still exists.
Ik dacht dat het België kwam.
Not sure. Not sure. Yeah, Sabena was Belgian. Oh. Well, we have somebody in the chat who might know it. TUI is not Belgian, is it? They do have a Belgian franchise, but
Just for tax records.
anyway, we have a Chinese triple on the left, and we have a Belgian registered TUI Dreamliner on the right. TUI was Arke. I think you are right. But wasn't there also?
There was a time when
Wasn't there also something?
liveries.
Yeah, but wasn't there also an English branch?
Ja, want nee. Volgens mij is het Engels. Als het niet Belgisch is het Engels. Want...
Frank says TUI is German, I guess.
German. Because I remember that long ago they only had it in Germany and then suddenly it was like, okay, why do we have it in Germany?
Nou, komt een boy.
TUI is German. All right.
Ja, man.
The Germans are coming.
TUI-Gruppe ist ein
TUI-Gruppe. Ah.
TUI-Gruppe.
Ach so. Ja, Thomas Cook, indeed. LC878.
Thomas Krug.
Thomas Crook. Thomas Crook.
And I went bankrupt.
Also, die TUI-Gruppe ist arriviert. Hat arriviert, ist arriviert. Uh-oh. But like I was saying, with regards to the flap surface, if you look how much more down the flaps on the 767 and the 777 come, and you look at the relatively shallow flaps of the Dreamliner, big difference. Touristique Union Internationale.
Danke sehr.
Danke, Ari. Vielen Dank, Ari. Also, das nächste Flugzeug ist... Oh, Chinese. No, I don't speak Chinese. Ah! And that's the end of the quote-unquote joke.
Yeah. My Chinese.
Ah, such a shame. This is Air China cargo arriving from Shanghai in China. Flight 1033, Bravo 2093 is the registration. 10.5 hours on the way. 9-year-old airplane, first flight June 2015. Thompson became part of the German TUI in the UK. There are Dutch, Swedish and Belgique as well, Mark says. There you go.
Zweden?
Lionel also indicating there are 5 TUI airlines. So, yeah, there you go.
Zo.
Yeah, it's much like EasyJet. They have shit in all places.
Shit in all places. Just like EasyJet.
De random is ook echt heel veel...
Shit's everywhere.
But you have
In the meantime, vielen Dank für deine Superchat, Dietmar Kriegisch.
verdeeld, zeg maar.
Have another ice cold vodka on me. Oh, groeten uit 078. A name sounding more German, but actually from 078. Thank you so much, Dietmar.
China.
What is that? Oh, that's a tractor? Agricultural vehicle approaching on cycling path. Man, that was noise from both sides. Now I truly have gone deaf.
Lovely.
It was a wide, I'm not sure what it is, a wide agriculture, maybe to dust the, what is it? Fertilize or spray some?
I may live in the east, but I don't have any knowledge.
No clue about what it is. I have begun to watch some agricultural vlogs on YouTube lately to see just what goes on in all the fields surrounding the fields over here. Still not sure what this crop is. I do know that wheat is over there, but what wheat? Nederwheat.
You're still Dutch, so.
The sudden excitement in Jindrusik's voice was very funny. Hey, now the machine is actually in the grass over here. Are they going to mow the lawn then?
Dat zal wel fijn zijn.
Sprayer. Jimmy says it's a sprayer. There you go.
Or, what is it?
Self-propelled spray unit. Adi Leo, groeten. Goedemorgen.
It's gonna spray all the anti-terrorist stuff.
Ah,
For the
okay.
NATO top.
Ja.
Prime the crops for the NATO top.
Top circles.
In the meantime, we have a 787-10 in the background, and over here in the foreground we have a Lufty CRJ, flight 2302. And this is exactly the same CRJ that we also saw yesterday. First we saw it arrive, then we saw it leave again.
Come on. Where's it coming from?
Hey there, John, good morning.
Boy, where's it coming from?
This is arriving from Munich.
Dat kan ongeveer zijn.
Yeah,
CRJ 900 long range. Delta Alpha Charlie, November Charlie. Now, full as well, a green pop-up automatically popped up in the screen right now because Dietmar just became our latest Aurora Skylounge member. Dietmar, welcome to the club, mate. You have all the custom emojis, all the 32 now at your disposal. Make sure to use them. Thank you for your vote of confidence, for your support. Buttshot in the making, one of the custom emojis that you can use now. I have watched Clarkson's Farm, the first 2 series, I think. Very informative, absolutely. And then all of a sudden I lost track of it and stopped watching. I think I'm somewhere in the middle of the 2nd season. Anyway, we are now awaiting KLM flight 741, arriving from Cartagena. That's in Colombia, and that's right next to. It is a 787-10 Dreamliner, 9 hours and 11 minutes on the way. The PH-BKL Bravo Kilo Lima, 3 years old. First flight June 2022. Oh, you were about to say something, Jindrosek.
Job applicant from Ecuador.
Really? A job applicant from Ecuador?
I really had trouble mentioning this song, asking him about it.
I think it has put the country on the map.
Yeah, oh sure.
Boy.
Yes.
Is that a quad jet? But I cannot see what it's taking off. I think it's a Suriname.
Where?
Yeah, over there. Yeah, it's now going to a Buttshot.
But from which runway?
Over there. Over there.
Oh yeah.
What's it?
Oh yeah. Sharp eyes.
Yeah, sharp
Yeah.
eyes. Yeah, well, it's turning away, so it's a 747. Is that the? Yeah, it's Nippon Cargo. Nipple Cargo. I saw it on Flight Radar early in the morning. It arrived from Anchorage.
The Suriname on the parking area for the whole week.
I haven't. The same thing I noticed this morning. There was no A340 yesterday. There was no underway today. So.
Okay. I remember seeing it the week before on Wednesday, and it was standing there. And then I went back to work on Tuesday and Wednesday, and both days it was still standing at the platform.
Okay, well, that's not an uncommon sight. Just like a Delta A330 holding before going to the threshold over there on the other end near the fire station. Probably something wrong then with the A340.
I guess so.
In the meantime, Martino, goedemorgen, good morning. Redison Guy, good morning, and welcome to the show, all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We're standing at the Polderbaan, runway 18 right. And for another half hour, the only runway for inbound traffic here at Schiphol Airport. This is an Air France Bombardier C-Series arriving from Paris. Ray, goedemorgen. Karsten, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Time for a Buttshot, a beautiful A220 Buttshot. Frank is hearing a can opening up, that's right. Lorenzo has begun drinking whatever it is. Guarana drink?
Yeah,
Energy drink, but
no.
guarana is most definitely a stimulant.
Yes. It's an alternative for sugar.
This is Lufty Flight 988, an A321 arriving from Frankfurt. Flight time 44 minutes. Gentle touchdown here. Days G. These are the days G. Dave, good morning. Vinny, goedemorgen. Steve, good morning. Mitvi, good morning, goedemorgen. David, goedemorgen. Ray asks if I am going to be out here tonight. The answer is no, mate. Will not be here tonight.
Can see it once a day.
2 airplanes coming this way. KLM Flight 1930 arriving from Geneva. That is an Embraer 190. 737-700 from Tarom behind it. And Transavia arriving from Pisa behind it. Green light, good morning. Hannah, good morning. Hannah's mom, Elizabeth, good morning. Anian, good evening. KLM Flight 1930, Embraer 190, PHEZB. 1 hour 12 minutes on the way. 16-year-old airplane, first flight November 2008. And this is not Captain Wheelie, we can now confirm that. Wah, wah, wah. Can we get away from the FO? No. That's a pity. Jacqueline, goedemorgen. Martijn, goedemorgen. Per, good morning.
Dit laagje zo laag suiker.
And also good morning to Scott. Oh, as I was pressing on highlight message, the chat moved up. Scott, celebrating 2 months of membership. Love the stream. Good morning to all. He writes, good morning to you, Scott, and thank you for the support and for your kind words. Hope everything is still to your liking in the lounge. Let me know if something is no longer to your liking. Hit me up then. If we need replenishments, I'll put them on the groceries list. We need to go out for groceries anyway, so no problem. Tarom in the Sky Team livery might resemble the 737-900 from KLM that is also in the Sky Team livery, except this is the 700 from Tarom. Hey Peppy Pittel, servus, auch wieder zurück, herzlich willkommen. Tinmi says, thanks for the stream, really enjoying it. I'm happy to hear that, mate. Glad you are. If you are enjoying what you're seeing and you want to support the channel, don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't already. It is a free and easy way to support the channel and help us reach a wider audience of like-minded people. People like you, people who are into live aviation streams, who like banter, and who also like a bit of fun. Oh, I didn't, JD. Jörg says, rightly so. that I also should announce the airplane dance to push to 1,000 likes. That's an offer that's still standing. If we are reaching 1,000, if we are going to reach 1,000 likes while live, I will do another airplane dance. Don't know what it is, ask around. Or have a look. Have a look in the other streams. Yesterday we had one. Quick troubleshoot question to the audience. Are you guys experiencing any flickering? If all is well, it shouldn't be flickering. I didn't change anything. I did bring a spare HDMI cable with me, exactly the same that I have been using all the time. Still sealed in its wrapping. I think it had to do with the heat yesterday. My phone was also dimming down. Power station was overheating, and well, not overheating, but seriously experiencing some heat issues. No flickering. There you go. Keep me posted if anything is starting to flicker, if you're starting to hear any rumbling in the audio, if we are going to get any buffering, let me know. For now, it is narrow bodies, narrow bodies, narrow bodies. We are going to see 3 different narrow bodies back to back now. Nice linear 3 airplane glide slope shot. Here in the foreground we have KLM flight 1268 arriving from Copenhagen. That is a 737-700. Papa Hotel, Bravo, Golf, Foxtrot, the registration. 1 hour and 2 minutes on the way. 16 years old, first flight October 2008. No black screens so far. That's good to hear, Danny. Thanks for the feedback. Splishy Splashy is also still happening here. I really wish I could take off my... Well, I did take a picture of the duck formation that I saw passing by here. It was beautiful. It was like the ducks were swimming in a formation like the pins at bowling are positioned in a triangle behind Mama Duck. It was really nice to see. 1 duckling, then 2, then 3, if I recall correctly. Took a picture of it. It is on my phone. Then again, I am also using my phone now to read back from Flight Radar and also do the chat. But it was really cute to see. Maybe I can post it in the community section or something if it is worthwhile doing so. KM Malta, arrived from Malta, A320 Neo. The 9H Ned. 2 hours 52 minutes on the way. Adrie, goedemorgen. Felix, good morning. Rob, goedemorgen. This airplane is 4 years old, first flight July 2020. Arjan, goedemorgen. Arjan is warning of a banana incoming from the south. From España. Nice to know. Zooming out a little bit to see if I can see it already. Oh yeah, that is flying right, well, a bit further off the coast. I think I have it. I think I have the banana. Just happened to look in the direction of these electricity masts. There it is.
Oh ja hoor, ik ben Jan Rossen, dat is Lorenzo. Die hoort ons dan wel eens voorbij komen. Ja, dan zal ik de groeten doen.
Phil Kestrel, also present.
Dirk erbij kijken. Ja, Dirk erbij. Hoe heet jullie dan?
Once again, the green, the blue Ford 4000 tractor going into the field. We also saw that yesterday. And here we have BA flight 430 arriving from London Heathrow. In the meantime. Hey, graag gedaan man. Fijne dag. Veel plezier nog jongens. In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Captain Harry 001 who is celebrating 2 months of membership. Upwards and onwards mate. Thank you so much for the support. Hope everything is to your liking in the lounge still. If we're running low on supplies, let me know and I'll put things on the groceries list. If the lounge is lacking stuff, let me know and I'll see what I can do to fix it, mate. Thank you so much, Captain Harry. In the meantime, Ralph, goedemorgen kerel, good to see ya. Banana is coming in.
Ready for takeoff.
Oh yeah! The tractor almost looking like a sword plane, yeah. Wow, that thing is wide. That is a chonker. Like a glider, so wide. Contrast that with this EasyJet. Hadi Dick, goedemorgen. Indeed, the A300 is coming in from Madrid, which is in Spain, which is just a little north of... Our John is right. It's also on the same planet as the country called... Oh dear, oh dear. Lowering the bar. Wait, what? Yeah. Time to shut down and restart, reboot. Anyway, hey Lucas, goedemorgen. Freek, goedemorgen. Raven Rock, good morning. Dutch Flight Simmer, goedemorgen. Dion, goedemorgen. Angelina, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. And almost at 400 likes, that's 40% of one airplane dance, and nearly 30% of a second airplane dance. You heard that correctly. Reach 1500 likes while live. Get a second airplane dance. From the first 1000, they come more cheaply. After each 500 likes. The FO busy working. And a bit of flickering. Okay, well, interesting to see. We'll just see how it is going to happen, what's going to happen when it gets cooler. If we didn't have any flickering in the beginning and things are now slowly but surely warming up, it has to be heat induced. So question is, how severe is it going to get? Bart is on the other side and can hear the music all the way over there. Let's see if we can find Bart then in a moment. First, let's focus on this beautiful ITA because it is pretty. ITA Airways Flight 120 arriving from Milan. Flight 120, 1 hour and 20 minutes on the way. That is beautiful. Danny, goedemorgen. Bobby, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Youssef, goedemorgen. Good morning. Welcome one and all. And even when the sun is shining on it from the other side, it still looks beautiful. prettiest livery out there right now, I think. Let's see, who are over there? Let's begin. Gradually scanning. Securitas is over there. Those are security dudes. Last time I was here, Bart was standing a little bit further towards the building to the left. Gradually getting there. Yeah. Spot the two guys. There's a few seconds of delay in the chat. Now the heads are going up. Yeah, exactly. Few seconds of delay between the chat and what is happening here. He's also with a mate, indeed. It's an airplane spotters thing. Always be with your mates.
Yep. You have to check on each other.
Yeah, exactly. Make sure that everything is going properly. It's like flying a plane. This is the Herpa KLM flight 980, flown by the Herpa. 75 years of herpes, going viral now with itches and scratches. Herpa miniatuurmodellen in de tijd. Tag JJ.
Probably on board you can buy a model of the...
Yeah. Buy a model of Herpa on board. And also, Bart is uiteraard.
Yes.
And indeed, Bas, drinking is also something you always do with mates, so yeah. Geniet met maten, indeed. Keep them coming, guys, keep them coming. KLM flight 1002, arriving from London Heathrow. 737-800. Papa Hotel, Bravo, Charlie, Lima. Wat zeg je?
Did you get the invite for the bus tour?
I did.
You going?
Well, no, you need to register first, and then they'll still let you know if you get invited or not. So,
Okay. So no confirmation yet.
No confirmation yet.
Too bad. And it's gonna be on a weekday or?
It's going to be on the Wednesdays of the summit.
Okay. When everything is here.
When everything is here, exactly. Shit is bananas, B-A-N-A-N-A-S. This is DHL, arriving from Madrid. 1 hour and 52 minutes on the way. And this is the Delta Alpha Echo Alpha Papa, Deep. Deep is not very young. Well, if it were a human, it would still be considered relatively young. 31 years old, first flight March 1994. 1994 is the year I went to middle school after graduating, quote unquote, from elementary school. And that airplane was already flying back then. Not a good opportunity to look inside, but we can assess the cleanliness of the flap surfaces. And you can also see how these speed brakes, these spoilers, are of a different kind than the modern day are. Much more air in between the actual surface and the axle, so to speak. Nice butt shot, nice combination. Butt shot of the A300.
Boy, where do bananas come from?
Where do bananas come from? Nice one, Lorenzo.
I was about to say from a tree, but
From a tree? No. You also need some energy drink. Sharpen up. Can immediately tell that the guarana from the energy drink from Lorenzo is kicking in. Sharp as a pencil.
finally!
Ja, die ben ik wel wakker.
Yeah, maybe that's
Transavia flight 5466 coming up next. Arriving from Verona. Papa Hotel, Hotel X-Ray Foxtrot.
Hij heeft goed. Helpt wel.
Ja, cool.
Daniel, goedemorgen, good morning. Now, speaking about custom emoji number 32, I haven't seen the firefighters yet. I haven't seen them go out. Are those Dixies over there? No. I thought for a moment there were stacks of Dixies over there. It kind of looked like it. But it's not. Ruben, goedemorgen. Ruben, thank you for your super chat. Ruben in Dutch asks, he says, good morning, did I miss anything? Nice one, he says. Not yet. There's not much, there's actually, in terms of quad squad engines, not much going on today. The Orange Pride is going to be an airplane of interest that I think is going to arrive first, shortly after noon. At a time where only one runway is open and also arriving from the west, so that should be visible for us over here. The Emirates A380 arriving from Dubai is expected to arrive 1:18. That's probably going to go to the center runway. And Atlas Air All White to arriving from Almaty is expected shortly after 2 o'clock. Depending on how busy it is with wide bodies and whatnot, an interesting traffic after this airplane has landed, and that is almost half an hour before, well, just over half an hour before the Atlas Air. Might stick around for it. Might be a nice last airplane from 2 o'clock. As if all is well, one runway should be open again for arrival. So fat chance that it is going to land on this runway. The wind is still from the south. It is 26 degrees C. It is CAV okay. That means that the ceiling and visibility are okay. That means that the lower 5,000 feet surrounding the airport are clear of visual impediments. If we are going to stay dry or not remains to be seen. Now only a slight bit around 1. There is some rain expected, and it looks like at least over the center of Belgium things are activating. So if it is going to rain over here remains to be seen. The wind is from the south. That is actually stuff coming over here, but the question is, where is it exactly going to go to? Is it going to die out or is it going to intensify? That's the thing with showers, it can go either way. In the meantime, a very good morning to all who joined and welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. I'm here with ground crew in the form of Jendrosek and Lorenzo. We're filming arrivals here at the Polderbaan. Time to turn around for more arrivals. Another Delta is approaching as number 2. And here in the foreground we have KLM flight 1850 arriving from Munich. Yeah.
Did miss something.
What did I miss, Lorenzo?
No, the guy who just came into the stream, he missed the banana joke.
Oh, the banana joke, yeah.
and the blend. And the AWACS.
Stupid Belgians activating rain. Is that your parents doing a rain dance, Lisa? Tell them to stop. Tell them to stop. That's not funny. If they want to water the plants, they should just use a hose and tap water. We have plenty of water. Belgium also has plenty of water. Totally not necessary. Totally not necessary. Not cool. Not cool.
But where is the Belgian representative?
The Belgium representative is at home. Yeah.
Doing the dishes?
Huh?
Doing the dishes?
Doing the dishes? No, we have a dishwasher for that. Well, not sure if Lisa is going to come over that regularly anymore, because she doesn't want to be filmed extensively, and there is a certain person who has an unhealthy fixation to film me whenever I am spotted. So she doesn't feel that comfortable. She thinks that is a bit creepy.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is Delta Airlines flight 162 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. The November 815 November whiskey. 7 hours and 42 minutes on the way. Another full bingo card landing. Yeah! Buttered landing, little wheelie, and also reversers to use to boot.
It sounded a bit like it was grinding his teeth.
Grinding his teeth. Well, brace yourself for the next airplane. In the meantime, good morning to all who joined. Carol Ann, good morning. RWY, goedemorgen. And all others who have joined in the meantime, welcome to the show. Next airplane coming in is Qatar Cargo, arriving from Miami. Miami, happy to be out of the heat and back into, oh shit, more heat. Oh, those are coots. I thought I saw some birds in the water. Yeah. Two coots.
They consider this a cold day.
Yeah. After having withstood yesterday's heat, I'm also considering this a relatively mild day. Yesterday was absolutely it was scorching. Hardly any wind. At times there was no wind, and that's the worst. If there's no wind, like if there is a breeze like there is now, it is bearable.
Yep.
At least the perspiration is evaporating. You're cooling a little bit. Anyway, Qatar Cargo, flight 8160. Also a nice wheelie, but no reversers thus far. Yeah, that's not a full bingo card then. That's not a full bingo card. Yeah.
Might sound weird, but WestJet going.
Yeah, Max 8. WestJet from Halifax is coming. I saw it. And Air Transat is flying in the vicinity. So that's two narrow bodies arriving from Canada.
Yeah.
To get their money.
Much weirder because a Metroliner is coming from London.
A Metroliner.
I'm going to spot that.
That's probably going to land on Schiphol Oost. I think we caught that one once before.
Yeah, well, it's going relatively more south than it needs
Dutch
to be.
Jeremy Clarkson is busy working the land. It is a cute little tractor, isn't it? It's a Ford 4000.
Has a blue-white license plate, so I guess it's old.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a very new model. Absolutely right. I'm not sure what age it is, but definitely not the newest.
We have something interesting.
Indeed, it is an old school Ford, Nancy. It certainly is. It's a Ford 4000. That's what it said. At least that's what I saw when it passed by me. Yeah. E2 Embraer, yada yada. Classical vehicles over here. Yeah, it is a Ford 4000. Let's switch to autofocus so that you can see it more sharply. What does it say over there? Oh, that's the farm, where the equipment is coming from. Obviously not going to film the farmer's face without his permission, but it is a nice machine.
We're AMS Live, we're not Tractor Live.
I'm AMS Live, not Tractor Live. You're right. The G is coming. Aegean flight 3624, A321neo, arriving from Athens. 3 hours precisely on their way now. Tom, goedemorgen, good morning. Registration Sierra X-ray November Alpha Papa. Blackout starting again, Maria says. Hey Paul, also back in the chat. Thanks for the feedback, Maria. Alright, so if this is heat induced and if it is the cable, let's see then. Got a new cable with me here. So I'm going to black out the screen at when is a convenient moment. Yeah, we have narrow bodies coming in. I have an HDMI cable with me, so I'm going to get it out of the... Oh shit. Do we have scissors with us? Oh yeah, no, it's one of those. Yeah, can open it. So I'm getting out a new HDMI cable, exactly the same as I already have installed here. The only thing that is going to happen is that you're losing the footage for a brief moment. Indeed. Cue the waiting music. Let's see if it is the HDMI cable. If it starts flickering with a new cable, then at least we have deduced that it is not the cable. There are those metal wires that keep everything together that I first need to open up. Let's also not forget that there are airplanes coming. This is more interesting. If you just joined us, I am in the process of getting out a new HDMI cable to replace the one I am currently using, because I suspect it might be the cause of the flickering you are occasionally seeing. I'm going to get it out of the switcher right now, so the footage is going to go black. If all is well. If all is well, the voiceover is still working via a separate channel. Now I'm going to get out the cable from the camera. Take that out. Put the new one in. Alright, and if all is well, we have footage again. Now let me see, where is the old cable that's now lying on the ground here. Alright, replaced the HDMI cable. Let me keep that separate over here.
Thank you for watching.
Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. Iberia Express, in the meantime, having arrived here. Parallel arrivals have begun. The first airplane to the center runway is approaching over there. Now, guys, let me know if flickering is once again if it is once again starting. I suspect it might have been the HDMI cable that apparently is no longer very resistant to heat.
You need white cables if heat is the issue.
White cables. That's racist. Yeah, they work. That's even more racist. Are you suggesting that black cables don't work? Are they Are you saying that black cables are lazy?
I recently ordered new cabling for my radio.
Yeah.
And it specifically had a Sahara option.
Yeah.
Which is white cables.
Yeah.
Because some people need to operate stuff in the desert.
Yeah.
And then if you have a black cable, it's,
yeah.
it's going to heat up. So they also offer this in Sahara. We call it Sahara.
Sahara. Well, yeah. Well, of course, this is only. Yesterday was the first time that it ever happened. I've been using this HDMI cable now since I first broke my first cable, and that was when I was still using an old tripod, old microphone. It was still at the McDonald's. Once there was wind and shit toppled over, broke the HDMI camera. Ever since I've been using the guy wires into the ground, and I replaced the cable. I think I must have been using it now for 2 years. So you can expect some wear at some point.
Yeah, exactly. Just each time you roll it up, put it in your bag.
Exactly. So that's why I already purchased a backup one just in case. And yesterday it happened for the first time. It didn't happen in the beginning. Now it is happening. Things are warming up.
Yeah, you could look into Monster cables.
Monster cables.
Yeah, Monster cables.
That's a brand.
That's a brand. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
nowadays owned by Samsung, I think. But at least those were always the quality cables for people doing audio and video stuff on PCs.
Monster cable.
Yeah.
Monster cable. I have to take a mental note of that. Monster cable. Yeah, I'll look into it. If white HDMI, I stuck with the same brand as I bought before because if it's working, it's working. I have also had experiences with other HDMI cables that were not as good. So I thought, well, if this works, let's just stick with it. Let's see how it pans out. If this new cable works and it, yeah, I mean, a 10 euro cable once every 2 years. That's not that bad.
Yeah, this looks like
In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, members, it is time to make the chat red again. I see some people already going ahead at it. Let's make the chat bleed, guys. Play is coming in. Flight 460 arriving from Reykjavik in Iceland. 2 hours 43 minutes on the way. The TFPPA. PP. Papa, Papa, don't preach. No, Papa Alpha. 2 hours and 43 minutes, now touching down. Lionel is confirming Monster cable, expensive but a little better. Well, I've used the cable, the cable that I just now replaced. I also used it last year, and there were definitely some warm, some scorching hot days last year as well during the summer, and the year before that as well. There's always a couple. Yesterday was another one. Yeah, at some point stuff breaks.
sure.
I'm also still I keep reminding myself that I also need to buy a new laptop tent just to have one backed up, because that's also working a treat. With particularly with the silver reflecting.
Cat tents, this mini half dome.
Oh, but I need all the space over here to get everything in. It's probably even going to get worse if I am going to go for a Stream Deck, because then I'll have a Stream Deck attached to my tripod, and I'll also need to put in a USB hub, a PD hub.
I have used this mini beach pop-up thing.
Yeah?
Because it was just small,
Yeah?
relatively small. It is relatively high, and it's still easy to put it on a table and weigh it down with stuff inside.
Yeah?
And it's just cheap. So
Well, I mean, money is not so much an issue if it is durable and if it works.
no, but it was maybe not even about the money, just pure the functionality and the fact that it was lightweight and easy to pack and stow away.
This laptop tent is also working a treat. I use it for cable management. I can also fixate it to the tripod bag if it gets windy to reduce the stuttering.
It also
And it folds up really easily. It's lightweight as well. It's water resistant. There's also a flap that I can use to Velcro it closed on the front part. If I don't have to look. If everything is automated, I could basically close off the entire thing and just control everything from the tripod.
the only thing you don't get is good shading, and that's what you have with this thing.
The shade is, but that's still a problem. Also with the hood over here, that it reduces direct light. It's still it still shows all the reflections. You need a different type of screen. I thought that they said that Apple was going to go ahead with new screens at some point that are also legible in broad daylight. Not so much because of the nits, but also because of the shape or something. We are waiting for the next traffic to come this way. Parallel arrivals have begun. In the meantime, there is already a new airplane on the glide slope to the Polderbaan. So it is coming. It looks like it is a Dreamliner KLM flight 696. No wait, that's an A330-200 arriving from Toronto. In the meantime, Jose, good afternoon. Vinny, good afternoon. Milan, good afternoon. Or no, it's still morning. Wolfgang, Servus, good to see you, mate. And we have crossed through 500 likes. Thank you, Maria and Nancy, for letting us know. Thank you all so much. That spurred Captain Jerry to gift 10 memberships just now. Mate, you didn't have to do that. Thank you so much, Jerome. Much appreciated. Where's the message? There it is. Captain Jerry Donnelly just now gifting 10 memberships. Jerome Donnelly, the gifter. If you are one of the recipients, don't forget to say thank you to Captain Jerry for your gifted membership. Have fun with them. You are not allowed to spam, but you are allowed to use custom emojis as much as you want. So feel free to use them however you see fit.
Tractor Airlines has landed.
It is... Tractor Airlines is also coming, yeah. Returning to base. Here at Schiphol Airport, always something to do, always something to see. If it is not little ducklings getting killed by herons, it is fields getting plowed or sprayed.
If you want free poop on your driveway, call us Tractor Airlines.
Good morning, Audrey. Good morning, Navy Jack. Good morning, Kenna Chef Chris. Good morning, Sadi. Tom Boss, good day to you too, sir. Dirk Visser, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan, runway 18 right. One of two runways in use now for arrivals. This is KLM flight 696 coming in from Toronto, Canada. It is the PHAOB, the FWOB. 6 hours and 49 minutes on the way. This is a 19-year-old airplane already. FWOB.
We are leaving.
First flight, July 2005. You guys are leaving?
Yes.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, he needs a haircut.
A haircut.
From the...
Okay, whoa. Well, guys, thank you so much for joining me here again.
See you soon after the NATO.
After the NATO summit, yeah, well,
Looking forward to all your footage.
yeah, looking forward to trying. Let's see. If all is well, only the Polderbaan area is going to stay closed off. So, but I'm not sure yet.
I'm blocked from work because they close off A5. So I told my boss, like, yeah, I guess he's not coming.
Yeah, exactly.
But we all agreed on not going to the office because it's just
People working from home, yeah.
It's near the Hague, so
Yeah.
it makes no sense.
Yeah, no, exactly.
But maybe in between I can try to still access this area.
I have taken off from the day job. I'm going to compensate on the Thursdays in the 2 weeks after that. So no Thursday streams in those 2 weeks, but it means that I am completely available to film. Nice wheelie. Yeah. Captain Wheelie has made promotion. He's no longer flying the Embraer 190s, I think. He's promoted to the A330 League.
I'll be back in 2 weeks or 4 weeks.
2 weeks or 4 weeks. That's a promise. I'm looking forward to it.
It's 1 year.
Well, either way, take care, guys.
I'll be back.
You guys will be back as will I. So looking forward to our next meeting.
Sure. Okay.
Hey, take care, guys. Bye bye. And then all of a sudden, from all the ground crew to zero ground crew. There you go. Let's see. We are now. Wait. Hey, wait. What's that? What's that? The Swearingen Metroliner. Where is it? It's in the vicinity. It is passing over Hoofddorp, so swearing a Metroliner, probably low above the ground. I'm hearing it. I'm hearing it, the swearing and Metroliner. But where is it? Oh, that's so annoying. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. You're looking at a small airplane that is not producing a contrail. Ah, I think I have it. Now the question is, can I still show you guys as well? Yeah, there it is. That's the Swearingen Metroliner, arriving from Biggin Hill in London, at least thereabouts. Well, at least we were able to catch a glimpse of it. Still no flickering thus far since I renewed the cable. That's good news. Also, the next airplane coming this way. And Jeroen is saying that the center of the rain is now passing Zaventem Airport, so Brussels is already seeing rain. I hope we are not, but all good so far. Thank you, Wolfgang. Thank you, Maria. This is JetBlue, arriving from Boston, Massachusetts, A321neo, flight 631, 6 hours and 25 minutes on the way. And it's the lookalike ITA. I like it a lot. It's not as metallic as ITA's livery is, but it is still damn near close. Paul says it only flickers when I blink. That's exactly how I want it to be. That's exactly how I wanted it to be. Yeah, well, if this was just a case of renewing a €10 cable, then there you go. I'll buy another one, have that as spare. Case closed. It's interesting that it didn't flicker in the beginning of the show, but only when things started to heat up did it begin again. Makes me think this cable is still usable on colder days. Then again, I'm not going to keep it if it is defective. You have missed a Buttshot indeed, Wolfgang. And looking at where they were, I'm no longer seeing anybody. So I think the opportunity to film them again has also passed. Nice little Buttshot. HDMI winter grade cable, indeed. Okay. By an alarm, one of the weather apps I have installed is warning that in my hometown of Lisse, in 20 minutes there's a chance of a rain shower. That is interesting. The sky still looks pretty good to me, looking in the direction of the wind to the south, more broadly speaking. Southwest looks like so. The west currently looks like this. This is what the east looks like. And we have an E2 Embraer landing here. KLM flight 1030 arriving from Persenchester. There's a Bombardier C-Series 300 flying on behalf of Austrian, going to the center runway. That is of course Air Baltic, not in the Austrian's flag livery. Missed opportunity there. Veerboot says there's something like military grade HDMI. Well, as long as the cable is now not flickering, it seems like it was just regular wear. You have to imagine I have been using the old cable for 2 years or so now. multiple times per week, folding it up again after each stream, unfolding it. It was bound to happen at some point. Transavia flight 5628 arriving from Palma de Mallorca up next. Let's have a quick look at the weather. This is the meter that I have pasted in the ticker, and a refresh tells us... Oh, what the fudge. The Meter TAF website struggling with the warmth, apparently. There we go. 26 degrees C, wind is still firmly blowing from the south, 10 knots of wind, that's nice and refreshing. Otherwise, still calf okay. The weather radar of Buienradar, a refresh tells us that there's definitely rain in the south of Belgium. This does not seem to be activating very much, so let's just wait and see what is going to happen. It doesn't look like we are going to see very substantial rain anytime soon, but with showers you never know. On some days they intensify, they explode, and on others they basically evaporate and nothing comes out of them. I think it was 2 days ago or something that there was also a very imposing cloud drifting in my way that I was sure was going to give some rain, and then it turned out it didn't. Now the Buttshot, let me quickly paste the meter in the ticker. So the Emirates A380 is expected after 1 o'clock, between 1 and 1:30. That means it is probably going to land on the wrong runway. I see that Phil is also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. Iman, goedemorgen. Katja, goedemorgen. All others who've joined in the meantime, good morning. More weather app warnings on my end here. Another repeat of the same warning from Buien Alarm. I have Buienradar and Buien Alarm on my phone. It's probably going to be alright. I'm hoping that we are going to see some thunderclouds in the distance. Fidel Kestrel in the foreground, and Raoul Kestrel is hovering right next to me. So we saw Fidel in the background, and Raoul Kestrel is over here. Where's this Fidel? Not sure. Right, it is time for KLM flight 1704 to land over here. That's a 737-800 that came all the way from Brussels. All the way from Brussels. 29 minutes it has taken to get here. If you're thinking I'm hearing the sounds of hooves clapping, that is because they are. I think that animal has 1 horsepower of propulsion. Or no, was it not less? Who was it? Was it Wolfgang or was it Alvin that once looked at... I think it was Alvin who looked that up. How much horsepower does a horse have? The distance, Wolfgang asks, is 88 nautical miles. A nautical mile is 1.8 kilometers if I recall correctly. So it's less than 88 times 2. Let's say it is less than 160 kilometers as the crow flies. That's of course not the distance that you travel by car or that the airplane traveled, but it's as the crow flies, the crows flies. Next airplane is number 175 arriving from Basel, and it's number 190 behind it arriving from Birmingham. A Qatar 777 is on the glide slope to the center runway. Should be arriving simultaneously with the Embraer 190, so let's see if we can find it in a few moments and follow it. In the meantime, Tom Endeman gifting 10 memberships. He just now went ahead, gifted 10 memberships. Mate, thank you so much for your generosity. That is above and beyond. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Tom if you are one of the recipients, or dankjewel. Tom says, Tom probably understands English and Dutch. Don't forget to say thank you. Enjoy the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. Get creative with them. Make us laugh with the way you are using the custom emojis that you have at your disposal. Tom, dankjewel. Thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Skylines new members. Good morning, Paper Chase. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Master Bacon also back. Good to see ya. A jet flying to the center runway, arriving from Istanbul. Derek Visser says that ChatGPT says the handle horse can produce up to 15 horsepower. I remember that we had a discussion about how much HP a horse can generate, and I thought it was Alvin or something, either Alvin or Wolfgang that looked it up. The rest I don't remember. Milo, goedemorgen, good morning. Hey, Gratje also back. Roadhog, good morning, mate. Welcome back, hope all is well. JP Kraus, good morning. I'm hearing stuff above me. I'm looking around me. I'm not seeing any contrails. Haven't seen any contrails today yet. Looking around, there normally always is one or two that you can see. The airplanes are still here. The contrails they ordinarily produce are not. It is 11:23, and that means just over 15 minutes of parallel arrivals still before the center runway is going to close again. And then from approximately 11:40 a.m. local time until 1 p.m. local time, Polderbaan, the runway we are standing next to, once again will become the only runway open for arrivals. Hey, Wagner, bom dia, good to see you again, mate. Welcome back. This is Qatar Cargo, arriving from Doha. Flight 8205, 6 hours and 47 minutes on the way. Alpha 7 Bravo, Foxtrot Bravo is the registration. Six hours and 47 minutes on the way, 15 years old, first flight May 2010. The first signs of a weather change, whether or not we are going to see rain or not, there is definitely cooler air coming from the south. It's causing rain in Belgium already, and these are the first clouds that are the announcement, the early warning of the impending weather change. After today, it is going to drop to more normal temperatures. Today we are expecting highs upwards of 30 degrees Celsius. That's roughly 90 F. After today it is going to get better. Russell is also struggling with the heat. You can see its beak open to cool down. The other lads are as well struggling with the temperature, but not as much as Russell is. If I were Russell, I would pack my feathers, fly towards the Polderbaan, the trees that you see in the background over there, and I would go sit on a branch in the shade and stay cool all the day. Next airplane coming in is KLM flight 912 arriving from Aberdeen. That's number 175. Hey, Bill J, also back in the chat. Good to see you. Pierre, good morning. And Flight Radar says BizJet flying overhead. It's north of me. That means I have the sun in my back. And that means that on paper... Oh, wait, I'm pretty zoomed in already. Yeah, against the blue backdrop becomes a bit harder. Should be over there. BizJet going to the Schiphol Oostbaan, runway 22. Roel en stiefvader, goedemorgen. Let's see. Small body, narrow bodies coming in for now, but I do see Delta Airlines flight 136 arriving from the west. That's an A330-300 arriving from Detroit, Michigan. Not sure, 3 or 4 airplanes preceding it. The Delta A330 is still over the Gulf of Yorkshire, but it is coming. This is KLM flight 1056, arriving from Norwich, where it left from 29 minutes ago. Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray Echo. And Roel asks if we also sell shirts for him. Yeah, we definitely do. There is a merchandise store that you can have a look at if you are looking for t-shirts. If you click on the video description below the video, Roel, you will find a link, if all is well, to the merchandise store. For those of you who are wondering what camera I am using, you can also find information about that in the video description. T-shirts, hoodies, hats. Hey Patrick, goedemorgen. Good morning back. Reageerde goedemorgen. Ronaldo, goedemorgen. Heat and humidity, ugh, sounds like ice cold vodka weather. It certainly is, Bill, it certainly is. Downed 2 liters of vodka before getting home yesterday. And I didn't have to pee. In hindsight, I might have... It would have been better if I brought along a bit more with me. But there you go. 2 liters. Went down easily. Today the vodka is moving a bit slower than yesterday because we are experiencing wind over here. Have been all the while. That makes it so much better bearable. It makes your sweat evaporate. That cools you so much better than when there is hardly any wind. Yesterday we did have quite a few moments where there was zero wind, and at times maximally 4 knots or so. It was from the north. Already it is infinitely better today than it was yesterday, and it's going to be even better tomorrow because today's highs are about 30 C locally. That's roughly 90 F. Tomorrow it's not going to get above 20, I think they said. So that's back to 70 F. For those of you used to Fahrenheits. EasyJet A319 arriving from Bristol, next to arrive. If I'm done with troubleshooting the automation widgets for the alerts, I'm thinking about working out the rollout, working on the rollout of gluten intolerant, the gluten intolerant merchandise line. Will mostly cater to Brits, but I think people have requested it already, so might be interested in it. Barb's also back in the chat. Nice to see you, Barb's. And what a way to return into the chat. Barb's has turned blue. 2 years of being a member. Thank you so much, Barb's, for all the support. 2 years already. Here we go. Blue Day, top channel, Boy and Chatters. Barb's, thank you so much for your support. 2 years and another member of the Veritable Blue Club. Thank you so much, Barb's. Always a pleasure to have you in the chat. Good to see you again. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Thank you so much for the ongoing support. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular visitor. In the meantime... Oh, the horse is coming back. Airplanes on the glide slope. And the third airplane is a Delta A330, being preceded by 2 narrow bodies. Over here in the foreground we have an Embraer 170 that is flying on behalf of KLM. Since KLM only has Embraer 175s in their fleet, we already know it has to be a rental, a lease. And what comes to mind? British Hopper, Eastern Airways. Arriving from Humberside, flying as KLM Flight 972. And this is an Embraer 170 long range, mind you, for long ranges. Now having flown 198 nautical miles in 40 minutes. This particular airplane is already 20 years old. If you hear the hooves clap, that's because the horse is now passing left of me on the cycling path. Hey, and Gary Grebe is also here. Let me switch to autofocus quickly before he dives under. What? Bastard. I knew he was going to do that. They always do. Right, back to manual focus. Focus set to infinity. That's the sweet spot for 90% of streams. Frank says when you zoom in too far, it'll become a gritty hopper. Pixel hopper. More precisely, but yeah, you're right, Frank. Frank Aviator, who already is the author behind the term British Hopper to begin with. E2 Embraer 195. Adriaan also back in the chat. Goedemorgen. Nienke, goedemorgen. Marijke, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. It's a warm day here at Schiphol. Wind is blowing from the south. Showers are drifting in from the south now in Belgium. To what extent they'll reach Schiphol remains to be seen. But looking to the south, you can already see the first signs of an impending weather change. It's absolutely getting more dark over there. To what extent it is going to rain here and within what time remains to be seen, but what I'm hoping for is actually seeing some beautiful cumulonimbus clouds from a distance like in the thumbnail. I'm looking up because once again I'm hearing an airplane. Those units aren't producing a contrail today. Captain Jerry predicts that the A330 will do a wheelie, and given what we've seen from the Delta A330s thus far today, I am inclined to agree with him. This is Delta Airlines, flight 136, arriving from Detroit, Michigan, November 822. November Whiskey is the registration. 7 hours and 9 minutes on the way now. Airplane 10 years old. First flight April 2015. Let's see if Jerry is going to be right. I think he will be. Yeah, he's already positioning the nose high up for a long wheelie. Will we get a full bingo card landing? Yes! Another full bingo card landing. Buttered the landing, check. Wheelie, check. Reversers deployed, check. Dirk asks, is this storm coming later in the afternoon or tonight? There's not a storm so much, but thunderstorms might be coming. Let's have a quick look, see what is happening. So this is Buiradar, and this is the loop from the past hour. We're approximately over here. This is Haarlem. We're a bit over here probably. So you can see things are activating, and it is activating a little bit to the southeast. That's also where we are seeing the most dense clouds right now. Looking at the, can we also have a look at the satellite footage? There you go. We're approximately over here. And here you can see things are activating. Right now the METAR is saying KVK. The TAF, the upcoming weather, is warning that there are chances of thunderstorms and rain. It is going to be clear again, according to the TAF, from late afternoon until the evening. All bad is coming from Belgium. In the meantime, Alan went ahead, gifted the membership. Maarten, the recipient, welcome to the Aurora Skylands, Maarten. And Alan, thank you so much for your generosity. Hope Maarten will also say thank you for the gifted membership. Don't forget to use the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal, mate. Let's turn around. E2 Embraer. No. E2 Embraer is next. This is KLM flight 1174, arriving from Stavanger. E2 Embraer 195 next. Let's see what else is in the pipeline. First of all, it is now 11:40, and are there any airplanes arriving from the east still going to the center runway? KLM flight 1774 arriving from Berlin. Which runway has it been assigned to? Because I'm thinking everything is coming to the Polderbaan once again. The second banana is also coming. You have to look away if you are gluten intolerant, because it might give you the cramps. It's now turning in to become the third airplane to land right after this E2 Embraer and the Embraer 175 behind it. Frank wants a relaxed job and thinks he'll start selling winter tires in Africa. That deserves a belated badumtsh, which will hopefully not be belated anymore when I, at some point, am going to pull the trigger for Stream Deck. Robert, goedemorgen. Is it still morning? Yeah, it is still morning. Arenda, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody else who joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is an Embraer 175 and a DHL A300 should be behind it. It's turning in. Ah, there it is. The airplane now turning in and approaching from the left, from the west, is the A300-600 arriving from London Luton. So look away if you are Luton intolerant. This airplane might give you the cramps. There it is. Ulf, goedemorgen, herzlich willkommen. Tippy-toe takeoff, good morning. Janak is tuning in from India, good morning. Or good afternoon to you. Rick, goedemorgen. Bird control, having a front row seat over there. And the airplane coming in right now is KLM flight 1088, arriving from Cardiff. PHEXI. Hey, you're also back. Good to see you. And Nancy says, yay, 600 likes. So we crossed, and Maria as well. Missed the message of Maria, sorry. Thank you all so much for the support. 600 likes, that's 60% of an airplane dance. If you want to see an airplane dance, make sure to like the stream and make sure we are reaching 1,000 likes while live. And I will do another airplane dance for you guys. And after that, they come more cheaply. From the first 1,000 likes, it'll be another airplane dance, each 500 like increments. Now, you don't necessarily have to like because you want to see an airplane dance, if you just want to support the channel. And that was a small wave from the first officer. And you can already see things are starting to look a bit more dark in that direction. But if you want to help the channel reach a wider audience of like-minded people, aviation enthusiasts who just might not have heard of the channel yet, liking and subscribing is a free and easy way to do so. In the meantime, I saw that Jörg went ahead, gifted 5 memberships, probably because we went through 600 likes. Jörg, thank you so much. You really did not have to do that. Hope that everybody who receives a gifted membership from you will say thank you, danke schön, vielen dank, something to that extent. And we'll use the custom emojis that they now have at the disposal for a month. One of the custom emojis is a yellow DHL banana that you can use. How appropriate for the airplane that is now approaching. Jörg, thank you so much once again for your generosity and welcome to the Aurora Skyline's new members. This is DHL flight 6730 arriving from London Luton. This is the DAEAS. Look away if you're Luton intolerant, it might give you the cramps. 39 minutes it has taken to get here. This airplane 30 years old. First flight September 1994. No reversers. No reversers? What? That other A300 also didn't use the reversers. Such a shame. Wind is picking up, and over there I think some rain might start to form. And the DHL is vacating the runway, making room for an Embraer 190 from KLM arriving from Berlin. Huddy says, you are more often at Schiphol than we are and we work there. Your streams remain super good. Greets from the EMS Schiphol control room. Mate, thank you so much for your kind words. Happy to see that you are enjoying the content and I hope everybody is. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you are enjoying the content and you think other people might also be interested in joining our awesome community. And thank you, Huddy, for the kind words. I do my best. Russell is over here. Russell is suffering from the heat. His beak is open to cool down. Is he going to go into the water or no? You'd think they might also dip in for some refreshments or have a drink or something. Gary is also back. Good to see you, mate. Will he or won't he? Eating some dried up grass will not get your thirst quenched, mate. Paul, goedemorgen. Jaco, goedemorgen. Jaco is tuning in from Namibia. Nice. That's all the way down in... Well. Russell is walking along the edge. Yeah, I'm hoping it's going to stay dry. For now, it looks like whatever might be forming over there is going to stay east of us. So that's good news. Hey there, Akiko. Stay cool in this heat. Definitely am planning on doing that. Thank you for the advice. Hey, Jonathan. We are absolutely having a bit of wind here, so luckily it is better than yesterday, way better. This is KLM flight 1788 arriving from Hanover. 36 minutes on the way. Papa Hotel, Echo, X-ray, uniform is the registration. I think Captain Wheelie has been promoted. We already saw an awesome A330 landing from KLM with a very long wheelie. I'm seriously thinking Captain Wheelie is no longer flying on the Embraer 190s because it's been so long ago since we last saw an Embraer 190 doing such a long wheelie. Hadi Nico, goedemorgen. Nico wonders if I already devised a place for the NATO top. Well, it's not going to be here. That's the only thing I know. Not sure yet how well accessible other locations are going to be. So we'll have to wait and see. Let's see, the next airplane coming in is an Embraer 190 KLM flight 984 arriving from London City. And if all is well, the Orange Pride is expected in 20 or so minutes from now. Last time we checked, its ETA was 10 minutes past 12. So I'm thinking, yeah, Orange Pride is already traversing the Gulf of Yorkshire. Now its ETA is 12:15. In the meantime, flying over Croatia is the Emirates A380. Its ETA is 1:20. And the ETA of Atlas Air is 2:11. The silver lining of the ETA of 2:11 is that after 2 o'clock, if all is well, only one runway is going to be open for arrivals, and that should still be Polderbaan then. Question is it going to stay dry until then? That's what's now becoming a more relevant question. For now, looking where the wind is coming from, it looks okay. There is a bit of denser clouds to the southeast of me, but it's not going to get in our way. It is a big contrast with the all blue north and northwestern part of the sky. So turning around, southeast, northwest. No! Yay! No! Yay! 3 airplanes on the glide slope. In the foreground we have an Embraer 190 arriving from London City, KLM. TUI MAX 8 737 behind it, arriving from Ohrid. And after that, the 737-900, that is arriving from Edinburgh. KLM flight 604 is flying back from LAX and is flying on the downwind leg over the Gulf of Yorkshire, now flying to the north to northeast at my approximately 10 o'clock. I think I happened to see it. Yeah, there you go. Is that KLM? Huh. It almost certainly has to be, or... Oh no, that's Emirates behind it, arriving from Aguadilla. Right. The KLM already ahead of it, further to the north, so I wasn't able to see it, but I did see the Emirates arriving from Aguadilla behind it. Hadi Han, goedemorgen. Thijs, goedemorgen. J.W. Slijm, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. If you guys are enjoying the streams thus far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It helps this channel reach a wider audience of like-minded people, people who would happily join our awesome community of friendly folk who like banter and airplanes, but who just don't know of our existence yet. Liking and subscribing is a free and easy way to promote the channel to new viewers who might also click on the thumbnail and join our awesome community. Indeed, Jeroen, the PHBVA is coming, the Orange Pride. Expected 15 minutes past the hour. Landing here on this runway. The A380, truth be told, is going to get away. It's ETA past 1 o'clock, but before 2 o'clock means it's going to land on the center runway. Almost certainly. Marianne is reporting cloudiness in Hilversum. Yeah, no shit. That's more or less over there, or a little bit over there, if I had to guess. So yeah, there is more cloudiness over there. First contrail spotted. I'm happy to see, there it is. Not all airplanes are passing by without producing a contrail. Hey there, Quacky Snacks. Weather is changing rapidly, indeed. This is KLM flight 924 arriving from Edinburgh. The PHB XT Bravo X-Ray Tango. And I'm once again hearing that blue Ford 4000 tractor coming this way. There it is. Lovely tractor. There's always something going on here in the farmlands next to the runways, being used for agriculture. Hadi Tijn, Scala J, Sparta Rotterdam, good morning all. This is Transavia flight 1540 arriving from Kefalonia, that's in Greece. 2 hours and 49 minutes on the way. The PHSM Hotel Sierra Mike. 10-year-old airplane. And the airplane that you see behind it is KLM flight 604. That's the Dreamliner arriving from LAX that I tried to see but wasn't able to. Hey there, Olaf, good to see you again. Luller Pilot also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. If all is well behind that Dreamliner, which is now extending its gear, the Emirates 777 arriving from Aguadilla should also become visible. Not sure that I am able to see with all the reflections over here. Anyway, we'll see it soon enough. Orange Pride expected to assign to the Polderbaan as expected. Thanks for the feedback, Maria. Good to get reassurance. Lars asks if I'm going to watch the 24 Hours of Le Mans today. I didn't know it was on, but if I have a spare moment tonight, maybe I'll put it on. it is an interesting concept. I particularly like that there are different classes of vehicles on the same track doing the same race simultaneously. Now, I'm not sure if this is Fidel or Raul, but, oh, the Kestrel, he's dead. Oh no, the bird control shot him. Did he catch something? Doesn't seem like it, does it? No, don't think he did. No, he didn't. Dust yourself off and try again. Let's see, flying AMS live logo. Or is it? Well, it's not nearly as curvy as the logo is, so it's a wannabe AMS live logo. KLM flight 604, 787-10 Dreamliner, arriving from LAX. It's the Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Mike. 9 hours and 51 minutes on the way to get here. Hey Björn, morgen. Jelle, goedemorgen. Remco, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. So this is KLM flight 604. Don't these Dreamliners have small flaps if you compare them with the 767s and the 777s that we saw earlier in the show? It's interesting to see. You see the same with the A350s. They also have relatively shallow flap surfaces that don't go nearly as deep nor as vertical as, for instance, the 777s. If you compare that with the next airplane, have a look at its flaps. I'll zoom into them. You can see the difference. It's very remarkable. This is Emirates Sky Cargo flight 9914 arriving from Aguadilla. 777 freighter. 7 hours and 48 minutes on the way. Registration is Alpha 6 Echo Foxtrot Whiskey. And this is a brand new airplane. That means it is less than a year old. Its first flight was in October 2024. Reversers, question mark? No, idle reverse landing means that the slots open up, but the engines aren't spooling up. Just have a look. The Dreamliner only seems to be having the top part of that inner flap, and that lower part that is almost vertical and protrudes pretty far down out of the wing seems to be non-existent. The outer flap surface seems to be very comparable on all the Boeings, but this looks very much like the flaps of the 767, which of course is an older type. 747 also has similar extended flap surfaces, particularly those inner flaps. So for some reason, more modern airplanes need less flap extension to get enough lift for low speed flight. That's what I would conclude from that. If I'm wrong, please counteract and tell me. But something tells me that these wings have become more efficient at generating lift at lower speeds, and hence they need less complex and extensive flap surfaces. Boreas, good afternoon. PA7RHM, goedemiddag. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we're here at the Polderbaan. Filming arrivals. Wind is blowing from the south. The first airplane of interest is going to be the KLM Orange Pride, which is expected in just under 15 minutes from now. Returning from Vancouver, if I recall correctly. Should be approaching. Hey, and Dirk van den Berg is also back in the chat, watching from yet another holiday address. Lucky you, mate. Where are you now residing? And enjoy your vacation, mate. Hey there, Dylan. Dylan is reporting cloudiness at Rotterdam. Well, you need to look in the right direction. Looking to the south and to the southwest, also the cloudiness is approaching. High clouds initially, a bit more dense clouds are east of me. But if I turn the camera to the north or to the northwest, ignorance is bliss. It looks like there's no sun, no cloud in the sky, but yeah. Looking to the east and looking to the south, southwest. The wind is coming from the south, more or less. Headwind for the airplane's landing. Nothing out of the ordinary, no substantial crabbing that we can see. It looks like we are going to see the Orange Pride arrive next. It is flying base and is going to turn in pretty soon. That gives me a moment to also have a look and see what else is cooking. In the meantime, Knowles, thank you for your kind words. And also a big thank you to all of you for 700 likes. We're at 70% of another airplane dance. Keep them coming. At 1,000 likes, you'll see another airplane dance by yours truly. And Dirk is at the west coast of Norway on a helicopter ride yesterday. To his surprise, it was an Airbus helicopter with 8 seats. Mate, that sounds exquisite. Norway is definitely a place I once want to visit. It looks like, with the fjords and whatnot, like a dream destination to be going to. Enjoy your vacation, mate. Looking forward to hearing how you've had it when you're back. This is the Orange Pride, it is turning in, so before it becomes visible, a quick overview of what else we can expect. Flying into Austria right now and with an ETA of 1:20 p.m. is Emirates Flight 147, arriving from Dubai. That's probably going to land on the center runway. Not far behind it, and now with an ETA of shortly past 2 o'clock, and at that stage one runway is only going to be open, and that is expected to be the Polderbaan, an all-white Atlas Air arriving from Almaty. The weather in the METAR set KVK. It is still KVK. We have 27 degrees of temperature Celsius. The wind is blowing from the south. No ceiling, no nothing. So temperature is relatively calm, relatively stable. The question is it going to stay dry? We are over here and clouds are drifting in from the south, and the weather radar also seems to indicate that there is more to the south of us. To what extent the rain is reaching the ground and to what extent it is actually going to amount to rain remains to be seen. Right now it looks like it is just going to evaporate, but you never know. Things might activate. Something to keep a look at. For now it is back to the camera controls. The Orange Pride is coming. I am pasting the meter in the ticker quickly and then it is back to the camera controls. And see if we can catch the Orange Pride. KLM Flight 682, arriving from Vancouver, Canada. There it is. This is way into the deep end of digital zoom, hence the lights look very pixelated. The gear is already out. It is the PHB VA Orange Pride, of course. First flight January 2008. And that by now makes it 17 years old. Almost old enough to vote. And just turning 18, too late to partake in the next general election in the Netherlands, which is expected to take place in October. Yeah, another government down. But that's all I'm going to say of it, because I need to lead by example, and politics is not a condoned subject to be talking about extensively. Let's not delve into politics and have a look at Fidel Castro. He is over there. Or is it Raul, his brother? Hard to keep them apart. But he is hunting for Pinky and the Brain. One is a genius, the other is insane. In the meantime, the Orange Pride now in the realm of looking recognizable at the top end of the optical zoom. Delta A330 behind it, arriving from Seattle, Washington. Hey Stefan, good afternoon. And all others who've joined in the meantime, good afternoon to you too. You're watching Amos Live, my name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan and the Orange Pride coming into it. Will it do such an extensive wheelie as that KLM A330-200 did? It's looking like it. It's giving it a go. It's definitely giving it a go. The wheelie not as long as that of that other KLM A330, but it was definitely a good effort. Guten Morgen, the debating mom. Herzlich willkommen. And also a massive big thank you to Stefan, who is celebrating 13 months of membership. He writes 13 months and still loving it. Great work, boy. Stefan, thank you so much for your support. Thank you for the kind words. I hope that you still like everything in the lounge. If something is running low in supplies or if something is no longer to your liking, hit me up, let me know. Let me see what I can do to fix it. Jeff also back. Good to see you, mate. Good morning to you. Good afternoon to us. Frank says, all the way from Canada, this plane has quite some all range. Hey, Mama Duck and her little ducklings are back. Sorry about that. I think I need the elephant in the room. Hopefully it's going to stay with one sneeze. Did take in an antihistamine this morning before going out. Let's not forget Delta Airlines Flight 144, the next airplane to arrive here. That's an A330neo, arriving from Bill's hometown of Seattle, Washington. 9 hours, 18 minutes it has flown to get here. It's the November 4th 23 Delta X-Ray. The airplane a year old, first flight June 2023. You guys tell me, does this count as a full bingo card landing or not? I think so. Wheelie, buttered landing, and some reverses to boot. That was the infamous Schiphol elephant. Once again, heard but not seen. And Jay says his wife thought he sneezed and said, "Bless you, honey." Awesome. So our sneezes apparently sound similar then. Interesting. outbound traffic. Is that a Chinese triple? No, hey, Delta. Where's that Delta inbound? No, that seems to be going out. Delta 8330 Neo? Huh? Okay, well, interesting. Looking to the south, you can see things are getting a bit more cloudy. The sun also not shining full strength again anymore. Mama Duck and her ducklings getting closer by. Something in the side of the water that these ducklings find very tasty and interesting. They're all constantly looking at it. I find it a bit dangerous. Only one heron is enough. I think Mama Duck is looking in the wrong direction. She's looking in my direction as if I am a danger, but let me tell you, if I had a stone, I would have thrown it. Oh, and there's another duckling. So let's see, this is one. And you can see at Schiphol there's always a lot to see. So let's see, was there one behind still? Yeah, there's still one here as well. Don't get too far away from Mama. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 8 little ducklings. Yeah, she's looking out for danger, but she can only do so much. I'm happy to see that I'm not seeing any herons on either side of me here in the grass. So for the time being, they are safe. But yeah, we'll have seen what can happen. Transavia in the meantime landing here. Flight 5132. Well, luckily the side of the grass over there shows no herons in sight. Just coots. Mama and her ducklings seemingly safe for now. No herons to be seen. That is good news. Hey, Michael, also back in the chat. Michael DCA, good to see you. Good to see you again, mate. Hope it was well. Let's see, narrow bodies for the time being with an Embraer 190, an E2 Embraer, no wait, an A321 Neo and then an E2 Embraer respectively. KLM Embraer 190 arriving from Leeds. But it is a Britty hopper. Embraer 190 left from Leeds 47 minutes ago. The airplane 11 years old, first flight February 2014. Once again, that little tractor is behind me. You may pick it up on the mic. I'm not sure that you do, but if you are hearing something that resembles a tractor, it is because it is now standing here. It's a beautiful machine. It is a Ford 4000. Little Buttshot. That's a good idea, Wolfgang. Keep the old HDMI cable to whip the bird. I will definitely do that. Hope it won't come to that, but it might be worthwhile keeping it around. Absolutely a good idea. Also a massive big thank you to Gary in Amsterdam for your super chat, starting a small UWV fund for you because of the upcoming summit. Gary is so much in so much Dutch already that he knows about UWV. In the Netherlands, there is a government body that if you get unemployed or if you lose your job, while on sick leave, they give social benefits, and that's called UWV, UWV. He's starting a fund because of the upcoming summit, things that I am not going to be able to live stream during the summit. I hope you are going to be wrong and that I can refund you that fund, mate, because I've taken off from the day job so that I am available to stream in the entire week. Gary, mate, thank you so much for your generosity. I hope the fund will not be necessary to delve into. But that is very sweet of you. Thank you so much. Bob is also back in the chat. Good evening, mate. Hope all is well. Bill wonders if the Hitachi got deported. It did. Now, Lewis said he ordered a Komatsu instead, but it never arrived. So probably somewhere in limbo. Means that the views are once again unobstructed over here. Hey, Soapwaffle Aviation also in the chat. Sven also in the chat. Good afternoon. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the show, everybody. Dukman also back. Welcome back, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. If you joined us only just now, you may have missed the landing of the KLM Orange Pride. It landed minutes ago. The KLM Orange Pride was the first airplane of interest. The next airplane of interest is going to be the A380 from Emirates. It has an estimated time of arrival of 1:20 approximately. So that's probably going to land on the wrong runway though. There is also a 747 all-white from Atlas Air arriving from Almaty, and it is expected to land shortly after 2 o'clock. Now, that is a good thing because from 2 o'clock until 3:20, just one runway is going to be open for arrivals, and that is expected to stay the Polderbaan unless, of course, winds suddenly change, which is what happened yesterday when there were two C-17s coming in, and I was really looking forward to show you guys them up close landing here on the Polderbaan, and then they didn't. In the meantime, Frank says HDMI is a Heron Defense managing instrument. Mate, that is genius. If need be, I'll use it. In the meantime, KLM flight 767 is arriving from Bonaire. A330-300. 8 hours and 47 minutes on the way. This airplane is fake though. PH aka. Arriving from Bonaire. A fake airplane. 12-year-old airplane. First flight January 2013. Gameplay Galaxy asks about the local time. Have a look in the bottom left corner of your screen, mate. Dukman, the only airplane of interest that we have seen thus far was the Orange Pride. Of course, there were two DHL A300s. There was a beautiful wheelie from a KLM A330 that I'm hoping this captain will, or pilot flying, is going to repeat. And Stove asks, how's the weather conditions today? Better than yesterday? It definitely is better in that there is more wind. All from the get-go, there was wind from the south, and that makes it so much easier to stand here because at least when you're sweating, it is evaporating and is cooling you. So Definitely not as bad as it was yesterday. We did have some flickering once again, but I changed the HDMI cable for a brand new one that came out of the package. Hey! What the fudge? The airplane might be fake, but those reversers were not. Wasn't a sizable wheelie, but we did get to hear the A330's reversing action. Hey, that's a good suggestion, Frank. Frank says we need a concrete decoy duck that will teach the herons. Bite into that, you filthy animal. Now, looking to the south and southwest, you can definitely see it is getting a bit more cloudy. Things are activating. No weather app warnings for rain yet, but it does look like more cloudiness is coming. Let's have a quick look again at the loop of buienradar. That's a weather website well known in the Netherlands. This is the loop of precipitation, and let me make sure this is the previous hour. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the Netherlands, we are approximately over here. So you can definitely see south of us things are activating. For now it seems that the majority of what, if this is rain even reaching the ground, is actually going to pass east of us. I'm not sure if it is going to stay dry indefinitely though. It definitely looks like we might start seeing some rain, and looking on the satellite you can see to the north of us there is still openness, or at least there was, but clouds are drifting in and things are activating. Mr. KLM 737 land. Next 737 coming in is arriving from Bergen. That's KLM flight 1164. Munir, also back in the chat, good to see ya. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined. So yeah, we have the Emirates A380 underway. It is expected in just under an hour or so from now. And the other airplane of interest is an all-white 747 from Atlas Air, arriving from Almaty. Its ETA is shortly past 2 o'clock. Maria is indicating that we crossed through 750 likes. Thank you all so much for that. Yeah, it's 760 right now. Means that we are at 3/4 to the way of the first airplane dance, and we are halfway to a second airplane dance. If you don't know what it is, look in previous streams where we reached 1,000 likes while in the stream before. You'll see yours truly acting weird in front of the camera. Now, if that's not a good reason to like the stream if you haven't already, then maybe you want to help this channel for free. Help us reach a wider audience, and liking and subscribing is a free and easy way to do so. It'll bring in more people like you guys are, people who like fun and airplanes and nature and Schiphol Airport. KLM 737 having arrived from Bergen. Next up, especially for Han, Vueling, flight 8309, arriving from Barcelona. Dagadni asks if I can measure decibels. I probably can, but I would have to open up an app on my phone to be able to do that. And I'm not sure how accurate that is actually. Also, when you're standing out here when there is wind blowing, I'm not sure to what degree that maybe impacts the measurements. Roy also back in the chat. Not sure if I already said hi to you. Gameplay Galaxy asks also, how are your ears still holding up? Well, I'm not sure that they are. No. I think I already was a little deaf before even going out streaming regularly. If all is well, the exposure to the volumes over here is so short-lived that it shouldn't be bad for your ears. I'm also seeing that there is a KLM 737. Oh wait, no, that's approaching the glide slope. I was thinking, is that going to continue further to the east and are they going to change the runway? They don't seem to be doing that. The wind seems to have turned a little bit to the southwest, because it does look like this airplane is crabbing and is actually looking us straight in the face while it is approaching a runway that lies to my right. Hans' favorite Vueling, flight 8309, arriving from Barcelona, 1 hour and 47 minutes on the way. Registration is Echo Charlie, Mike, Quebec, Echo. The airplane is 8 years old, first flight February 2017. Art Amsterdam asks, any turboprops arriving today? Well, with the exception of the Dash 8 100, I don't think... Well, maybe BizJets, I'm not sure. We did see a Swearingen pass overhead, but it landed on the Schiphol Oostbaan. Schiphol no longer sees regular passenger flights of turboprop engines, turboprop engined airplanes. With the demise of Flybe, that no longer was the case. Things are getting more dark over here. If you now look, this is directly to the south, this is looking to the southwest, this is looking to the southeast. The sun is now no longer shining over here. I'm standing in the shade, which is actually refreshing, particularly with the wind. The temperature is still pretty high, so it's actually comfy. Should also be good for legibility of the screens. 2 airplanes visible. In the background we have a 777-300 KLM flight 744 arriving from Lima in Peru. And we have a 737-800 here in the foreground. That's on the right in the center, top center. If all is well, there is also a third airplane approaching the glide slope in the background from the right. That should be an EasyJet A320neo. I'm not sure to what extent it is visible. It's always hard to estimate where airplanes are based on what you see on flight radar. It's probably going to appear lower than the other 2 airplanes. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Right. In the meantime, Ron renewed his membership, and if all is well, that should have automatically become visible. Not yet with the right message, because it just says became a member. It was a green message if all is well. It should have been blue, and it should read became a member again, because Ron renewed his membership. He already has a red badge. Ron, thank you for your vote of confidence and for renewing your membership, mate. Welcome back to the Sky Lounge. We kept everything the way you left it. Yeah, it did auto pop up and it was green, Dugman says. I already found out that it is triggered by the wrong event. Now, interestingly, I also programmed a widget that should automatically pop up when a membership renews. So somebody who was a member before already becoming a member again, and it should be blue and it should say something to the extent of "Silver user became a member again." The farmer is leaving, the tractor, the baby blue tractor, the Ford 4000 is going. Have a look at it, it's a beautiful machine. The farmer is done for the day. And he is off. Right, let's quickly turn back. Over here we have KLM flight 744 that's arriving from Lima in Peru. And if you are in Peru and you go a bit further to the north, you will end up in 11 hours and 33 minutes on the way. This is the Papa Hotel Bravo Victor Bravo. Yin is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well. The wheelie competition has begun. It's the wide bodies that are now competing. Delta and KLM pilots showing off here today. Yeah, to what extent it is going to stay dry remains to be seen. None of my weather apps are giving warnings yet, but it is now overcast to the south. Looking to the north, you can also see northwest is now also no longer blue. The most blue is now currently in the sky northeast of me directly, and further away to the horizon over there it is still blue. 2 airplanes on the glide slope. First next airplane is EasyJet A320neo arriving from Naples. And thank you for a test gifted membership, Gary in Amsterdam. Still, thank you for the generosity and welcome to the Sky Lounge, Bo. Don't forget to say thank you to Gary and don't forget to use those custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. Have fun with them. That's the most important thing of the custom emojis. Have fun with them. In the meantime, the next airplane coming in is approaching. I'm also looking on flight radar. Yeah, Doekman, it wasn't even the right. It wasn't the right widget that triggered. That's why I have different colors. If it was just a green message, then it was the membership widget that triggered, and it should have been blue, and that's the membership renewal widget. So one widget is not responding to the event it should respond to, the other is responding to an event it shouldn't respond to. I'm not sure if it is possible to get the difference. Maybe YouTube doesn't send different information when different events happen. Maybe membership renewals are also being sent as new memberships and that's just one single format. Maybe I'm trying to get a difference in the messages that may be impossible to obtain. In the meantime, I see that Daisy Duck and her ducklings have arrived over here. Not sure that you can see them between the reeds and the grasses, but they are here. Yep, there they are. Stay here, stay here. I'm not going to bite you. I'm not going to eat you. Might be able to protect you from those stupid herons if they are getting close here. But this is exactly the mom that I also made a picture of, because look at how they are swimming in formation. This morning it was even more pretty. Yeah, there you go. 1-3-3 formation. This morning I took a picture of them swimming by me from approximately the same position. Or at approximately the same position in a beautiful formation. Goedemiddag Machiavelli. Elisa, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Welcome to the show, everybody who joined in the meantime. You're watching Amos Live. My name is Boy. Things are starting to get a bit more cloudy. If it is going to stay dry or not remains to be seen. There were some viewers early in the chat who were very adamant in saying that it was going to stay dry. Thus far they still are right, but how long it's going to be like that remains to be seen. Let's see, Iceland Air is coming in with a 767, expected to become number 2. And less than 200 likes needed for an airplane dance. Let's go indeed, Wolfgang. We are at 821 as it stands. Hans says that the C-17 from yesterday, 3126, is flying over the North Sea west of Zeeland. It departed from Ramstein. Probably on its way back to the United States, right, Han? Looking forward to seeing it come back again with more cargo. Hopefully on a day where there is wind and the wind isn't going to change. Spoke with Officer Rudolph yesterday. He also came back as I was done with the stream. I told him, send some pictures and videos over to me. We have each other's phone number, so he sent me some videos via WhatsApp while I was streaming already. When I was done with the stream and I was walking back to my car, I saw a police vehicle on the cycling path coming towards me, and already the megaphone was on. Ha 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 ha. I was able to film it. What an a-hole. But we struck a small conversation, not too long, because I was really getting overheated yesterday come the end of the stream. But he did say that he expected at least 5 or 6 more C-17s in the upcoming period to drop off more material for the US delegation to the NATO summit. So should be good. There should be more coming this way. My cat is doing really well, Gameplay Galaxy. Thank you for asking. He still vomits every now and then, but most cats do. He is eating well, he's drinking well, he is not displaying sick behavior. His weight is healthy, his fur is healthy, so yeah, all is well. In the meantime, I saw that Andy Q is also back in the chat. Welcome back, mate. Hope all is well. And Hans is trying to give me advice about the programming. Let's see. Try changing the sequence in which you have programmed the... Well, mate, let me tell you right away, I have no background in programming or in IT. What I am doing is I am using ChatGPT, and I have also used Claude to ask for what I want, give specifications and tell them trigger to this, don't trigger to this. Make the pop-up last so long. This should be the transition. This should be the background. This should be the font. This should be the font size, the font color. All those things I have specified, and then it goes and gives me all the code. I copy paste that into the HTML part of Stream Elements, and then I wait until my next live stream to test it, because you cannot test everything offline. You have to have live streams with actual events to make sure that everything is really working. So I'm not doing any programming because I am an absolute noob when it comes to that. Oh no, not ChatGPT, Jeff says. Viewers are now running to the exit. People are unsubscribing. Oh no, that dumb fook is using ChatGPT for his programming. Well, you guys are using Google for medical advice, so haha. Now I want to automate the messages that I now highlight manually, so that I don't have to spend unnecessary time behind the laptop, that I can also use filming interesting things, because that always happens when interesting stuff is happening. Once that is sorted, the next item on the agenda is purchasing a Stream Deck and making that work, so that all my sound effects that I have programmed in EHAM Live, and for which I need to go over to my laptop and press a button on the keyboard, so that I can program it and have it attached with a clamp to my tripod next to my zoom control, so that I can have all the sound effects right where I want them, within arm's reach. Alright, back to what is happening out here in airplane land. This is Iceland Air Flight 500. It is arriving from Reykjavik, Iceland. It is a Boeing 767-300ER. ...27 years old, first flight October 1999. It looks like there's a small crosswind developing because the airplane is still looking us straight in the face. Look at the tail and you can see right now it is turning a little bit back to its left. Oh yeah. Iceland Air pilots partaking in the wheelie competition that seems to have been started by the Delta pilots, and KLM is also joining in. Michael says, looks like the rain is coming. Yeah, well, it for the time being, everything is still dry and it looks like it is going to stay dry. But if you look, things are now overcast. Also, above me, everything is now cloudy. The only bit of blue sky that is still visible is over there. Hadi Roy, goedemiddag, good to see you. The change in backdrop makes glide slope visibility a bit better than it was in the beginning. Air Transat is already approaching and I think WestJet should not be too far off because looking on, yeah, I can see it already. Looking on Flight Radar this morning, I could see that Air Transat and WestJet were crossing the Atlantic together. This is Transavia flight 5312 arriving from Corfu. Core FU. Core FU. FU core. Now touching down after 2.5 hours precisely in the air. The Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel Victor. $850 likes. Thank you all so much for the support. 150 to go. I'm wondering what the meter is now saying. Let's have a quick look at it. Also, looking on Flight Radar, you can see now in German Heartland we have the Emirates A380. Its ETA is 120. It's going to go to the wrong runway though. With an ETA of 203, making up time that we don't want it to make up is Atlas Air arriving from Almaty. A quick refresh of the weather website says that the wind is variable between south and southwest and has picked up to 12 knots. It is still 28 degrees C and that is very close to 90 Fahrenheit. I am quickly pasting the meter in the ticker for you guys and then it is back to the camera controls. If only there was a way to link the meter in the ticker to the meter website so that whenever it updates, it automatically also updates in my ticker. But that's asking for a lot. Here we have Air Transat arriving from Toronto. A321neo, 6 hours and 56 minutes on the way. It's in a bank rubber livery. It's here to get our money. First, tilt. The tilt axis locked. Force of habit. Whenever there's wind and you leave the tilt axis unlocked, your camera either drops or is being pushed up because of the wind. Brand new airplane. It's going to turn 1 next month, this airplane. First flight July 2024. Dukman says use ChatGPT for the meter. Screw you, mate, screw you. Hey, Steven Seagal also here. Now, I'm looking around to see if I can see Russell Crowe. I cannot, but I'm curious to see if he is still panting with his mouth open, with his beak open or not. Probably getting a bit cooler already. Transavia A321neo next, arriving from Lisbon, flight 5954, and after that it is going to be WestJet. It should be turning in the background somewhere, according to flight radar. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, there it is. WestJet turning in with the gear already extended. If you joined us only just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and if you compare what things look like right now with the beginning of the stream, it's a different situation. We started the day with blue skies and little wind. Now the wind is picking up and things are getting more cloudy. There's an area of rain that is approaching from the south. To what extent it is going to reach us here in the west remains to be seen. Earlier, the weather apps on my phone gave warnings for rain, but that never came to be. Right now, things are looking more grim in the direction the wind is blowing from, but the weather apps are remaining still, so silent. So, for now, all seems to be good. Cooler air is expected to drift into the country later in the day. Today's high is around 30 degrees. Right now, just a tad below it. That's roughly 90 C, bit below it in the 80s. Tomorrow's high is expected to be no more than 20 C or so. And that is around 70 F. Next up, WestJet. WestJet recently began surfacing the Netherlands. They fly with Max 8737s from Halifax in Canada. This is flight 70, arriving after 5 hours and 40 minutes in the air right now. The airplane is 7 years old. First flight March 2018. Michael asks, do you know with what kind of speed they're landing? Well, if all is well, if you look on flight radar, you can see the speed they are currently flying with. So, looking at the WestJet's data in flight radar, at least what I can see with my silver subscription, maybe you guys who don't have any paid subscriptions see less. But over here I see it's now flying at 425 feet, 400. 147 knots is the speed. Descending with minus 832 feet per minute. Altitude now 275 feet. Speed still 147 knots. 250 feet. 225 feet. 175 feet. Speed still 147. Now speed 148. 100 feet. 50. 25. Speed 148 knots, according to flight radar. Now 0 feet, according to flight radar. Speed 150 knots, according to flight radar. And reverses to boot. Yep, you're right, Frank. There's a difference. This was ground speed, so there's ground speed, air and indicated airspeed as well. Ground speed can be a lot higher. The difference usually increases as the altitude also increases. So at altitude, your indicated airspeed might be 300 knots or 200 knots. The ground speed might be a multiple of it. Two airplanes already on the glide slope. A third is turning in the background. The airplane turning in is a 737 from Transavia, returning from Zakynthos. In the foreground, here, number 1 on the far right of the 3 is Air Baltic, arriving from Riga. In the middle, the highest airplane now visible in the shot is an E2 Embraer 195 from KLM, arriving from Aberdeen. I see a Turkish A330 arriving from Istanbul, and I'm wondering, since it is now 9 minutes to 1, what runway is going to be used. What runway has it been assigned to, the Turkish A330? Is it still coming to the Polderbaan, or is it going to be one of the first airplanes already going to the center runway? Dino in the tube says 1 knot is just about the same as 1 mile per hour, isn't it? Not exactly. Not exactly. You have the miles that are 1.6 kilometer, and you also have the nautical miles, which I think are 1.8 kilometers. And if I'm not mistaken, 1 knot is 1 nautical mile per hour. If I am incorrect, by all means do correct me, but I'm just spitting out what I thought I remembered. That's also why the distance in nautical miles is not kilometers times 1.6, but times 1.8. The Turk has been assigned to Polderbaan. That's good news. Thank you for looking it up and letting us know. Now, somewhere over there, roughly speaking, very broadly speaking, and I will need to turn around the camera in order to be able to follow it extensively if I were to see it. I do see it now. 777-300 from KLM. Where did I see it? I think it was over there. Was it the other mast? Yep. This is KLM flight 758 arriving from Panama City. 777-300 Right, and in the meantime, E2 Embraer 195 landed here. And Kjell is also in the chat, and he just now went ahead and gifted memberships. Kjell, mate, thank you so much for that. You really didn't have to do that. Kjell Jorvik just now gifting 5 memberships. Welcome to the Aurora Skyline's new members. If you're one of Kjell's gifted membership recipients, don't forget to say thank you. And please, please, please use those custom emojis, guys. They're there. There are 32 of them. They're there for a reason, to be had fun with. Use them however you see fit. Spamming is not allowed, but custom emojis you are allowed to use as much as you want. Get creative with them. Make us laugh with them. By all means, use them. They're there to have fun with. Kjell, mate, thank you so much for your generosity. And welcome to the Skyline's new members. This is Transavia arriving from Zakynthos. Transavia with no flight number here on flight radar, just a call sign. Transavia 14 Charlie. In roughly 25 minutes from now, the Emirates A380 is expected. I am going to tell you in advance already, just to manage your expectations. It is not going to land on the runway we are standing closest by to, but we should be able to see it going to the parallel runway if all is well. Next airplane coming in is Hans' favorite, Vueling flight 8353, arriving from Valencia. 2 hours and 3 minutes on the way. The ECMEA, that's Echo Charlie, Mike Echo Alpha. And where do we stand with the likes? It's 888 right now. That means we are shy 112 likes, 11 now from an airplane dance. I will do another airplane dance when we reach 1,000 likes while live in the stream. After that, they are getting cheaper. From there onwards, it's going to be another airplane dance at each 500 likes. So, second airplane dance will be released at 1,500 likes, third at 2,000, etc. Jeroen also in the chat. He is new here. Welcome to the channel, mate. I don't know if I know much about aviation, but I do know something. Been interested in aviation all my life. Always wanted to become a pilot from a small boy onwards. First, I wanted to become a fighter pilot. Then I needed glasses in elementary school, so that was out of the picture. Then I wanted to become a civil aviation pilot. Then I thought, oh no, my glasses are too high. My sight is too poor for that. Then later, during puberty, my eyesight improved actually. The glasses got less distorting and more normal. And then at a later stage, first after having gone to university, I thought, oh shit, I'm now able to be a pilot based on my eyesight and the strength of my glasses. Let me see if I can still get into flight school. So I tried a couple of flight schools, including KLM Flight Academy. Got really far, just had to do the medical. Then it turned out I am color vision deficient, and that is something that you cannot cure. That's hereditary and you're born with. Means that I am able to see that the grass is green and that the traffic light is red, but the subtle differences that you see on those color cards are too subtle for me and I see the wrong numbers. So apparently I am deemed a danger in the cockpit. And that was the end of my my pilot aspirations. But I have been interested in aviation all my life. I've seen quite a few documentaries, know what goes on in the cockpit. Quite a few friends of mine whose dads were pilots as well. So you pick up stuff as you go through life, I guess. We're getting closer to that airplane dance. How far away are we? 923. Frank asked, ever consider laser correction for your eyes? First of all, they don't need correcting. Not to become a pilot. The glasses I am wearing are perfectly suited for that. Second of all, with respect to aviation, I think it's a contraindication having had laser surgery for your eyesight. I'm not sure if you're still going to get an what was it again? The right grade of medical. Me, I never were bothered by wearing glasses. Never found it burdensome, and particularly lately I think that the models are actually pretty nicely looking. If I put my glasses on Lisa, it also makes her look very pretty, even prettier, I should say. So there's absolutely no reason I would want to part with my glasses. Been wearing them for the most part of my life already. So no, laser surgery, never considered it, actually. Turkish flight 1957 is next to arrive here, arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. 2 hours 58 minutes underway right now, and that is a nominal flight duration. Amsterdam to Istanbul or Istanbul to Amsterdam, more appropriately in this case, usually averages around 3 hours of flight time. So this is a very nominal flight time. It is an A330-300, the TC Joy. Also a Chinese triple is passing by outbound. Going back to China. Silver lining of the weather right now, with the exception of that it looks gloomy, is that it makes the contrast for the backdrop better, makes the airplanes easier to see, and it's also a bit cooler now. Tango Charlie, Juliet, Oscar Juliet, the registration of this airplane. 9-year-old airplane, first flight June 2015. Hank asks if ATC is something I would like to do as well. Well, with the exception of the fact that you need the same medical and you also need to be color vision sufficient for becoming an air traffic controller. I did already look into it. Absolutely I did. If you didn't have the same medical rules for becoming an air traffic controller with respect to color vision, I would have almost certainly tried to apply for it. When I'm not streaming at home, I do find time to look at Flight Radar. I also often use live ATC just to listen what is going on. I'm not including it in my streams because, first of all, I think it's not allowed to use the streams commercially, which is what this is deemed to be, and it is. And secondly, because I'm already chatting a lot, and with more ATC chatter in the background, I think it becomes very noisy. And it is already. And then it is already. Anyway, we are now looking at KLM flight 758 arriving from Panama City. 777-300 the Papa Hotel, Bravo Victor Golf. 9 hours 29 minutes on the way. Reversers? What? What has been up with the weather last couple of days that all these wide bodies, or at least a lot of them, are using their reversers? Interesting. It's getting busy here. You can see quite a few people have already arrived here. There are probably even more if you look over there at the fence. That's where the parking lot of the Polderbaan is, the Spottersplaats, the official Spottersplaats. If you look at the scale of chimney smoke, you can see horizontality. Parallel arrivals are now once again in progress. The first airplane to be going to the central runway is an Embraer 175, which is returning from Kristiansand. While it is going to the center runway, we are going to see a small narrow body of our own. This is Britty Hopper arriving from Teesside or Darlington, an Embraer 190 long range, no less. And what a long range it has flown, 255 nautical miles in no less than 53 minutes. Embraer 190 long range, 18 years old, hailing from 2007. The Emirates A380 is probably already in Dutch airspace, isn't it? So, big picture wise, hey, goeiedag. Philip also back. What up?
Ik kwam hier net op weg naar mijn oma, die helemaal gewoon niet is. Dus ik kom hier wel even.
Je komt even gedag zeggen, even moral support. Mooi man.
Ja, alleen even ook nog komen spotten van waarom niet. Net als
Even de A380. Ja, hij moet al in de buurt zijn. Ja. Now flying over Epe. Net ten noorden van Apeldoorn. Saudia Dreamliner behind it, arriving from Jeddah. Which livery is that in?
Ik denk gewoon normale Saudia.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the plain beige one.
Ja, maar de normale Saudia livery is niet zo erg. Maar
Ik vind die andere wel veel mooier.
ja.
I like the other one best. The one with white and the green stripe. Greetings to Philip from Jörg and from Wolfgang and others in the chat. Next airplane coming this way is number 190, arriving from Nantes. Oa says that there will be a United 787 coming. Oh, passing overhead. Well, Oa, in case you missed it, contrail spotting is no longer a possibility. Everywhere above me, no more blue sky. I have to say, it makes it much cooler and my skin is happy. I think I did push it yesterday a little bit without reapplying any sunscreen. Did not get burnt, but probably did not get too far from it. André, goedemiddag. Jeroen says, seems like you are missing the rain ever so slightly. Yeah, it has been looking a bit more dark, looking to the east of me all the while now. My weather apps on my phone are also not giving any alarms yet, so it looks like we are still going to be good. Marita van Rooyen is tuning in from South. And good afternoon to you too. Welcome to the show. At 1,000 likes, you'll get to see another airplane dance. Don't be scared, Philip. Last time it was Philip who was walking up here, and he backed away to the amusement of many viewers who witnessed it when it happened. We're at 946 likes, and another airplane dance will be triggered at 1,000. If you don't want to do it for the airplane dance, but you are enjoying the content, then at least drop a like if you haven't already for making the audience bigger. Getting in more people is by your help. Is getting done by your help. Liking and subscribing is an easy way to do so. Draws in people who haven't heard of the channel yet. This is KLM flight 1420 arriving from Nantes, and we have a wide body behind it. KLM flight 622 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. That's a 777-300. There it is already. And if I use my digital zoom to bring it in really close by, you can already see it does look like it is pointing its nose in our direction. Slight crosswind, in other words. Nothing substantial. Not as much as we saw a couple of weeks ago. I do sometimes get the impression that I am feeling an isolated droplet on my arm, but that might also be just my imagination. Hopefully the rain is going to be postponed for another hour so that we can also see the all-white 747. Last time we checked it, the ETA was shortly past 2 o'clock, and I'm hoping it is losing a couple of minutes on its flight so that it's going to be a bit more comfortably past 2 o'clock. Since it is arriving from the east, if it will land between 1 and 2 o'clock, normally speaking it should go to the center runway, which is now still open and is expected to stay open as secondary runway for arrivals until approximately 2 p.m. local time. So I'm hoping for dry weather first of all, and then at least until 2:15 or something. Hopefully the 747 will arrive after that. Ah, it's bird poo that I feel. Thank you, Hans, for enlightening. Oh, I thought it was sunscreen, all that white. Hans says, don't point that plane at me. I'll tell the pilots, no, you need to, I'm pointing to the right. Well, that's just my hand in front of the lens, but when I'm zoomed in, it's a blur. Anyway. More wheelies. KLM wide-body pilots today have been on the roll thus far. Yeah, no. Actually, one of the worst landings that we have seen from wide-body pilots from KLM today. But that is just because the bar has been set so high with all those wide-bodies from Delta and KLM reversing and doing extensive wheelies. This is a solid landing, but it looks a bit bleak in comparison. But that's just because the others were so exquisite. Tom V1 says it looks really windy already. Well, actually, looking in the reads over here, you will see it is relatively calm still. There is a bit of a breeze, but it's a mixed. It's the bags. It's a mixed signal bag because if you look at the chimney smoke, there is more horizontality than over here we are currently feeling. Mind you, of course, it is pretty far away. This chimney smoke, chimneys. More land inward. This is Hans' favorite dwelling. He particularly likes this yellow dot. It's his favorite part of the whole airplane. I don't understand why. I say why not make it all gray or all yellow, but no, it's what makes it a perfect livery, Hans says.
Ja, het geel puntje is gewoon uniek.
Yeah, it's unique. It's one of a kind. It's the best. The A380 is flying base, and where is it flying base? It's now flying in the vicinity of Purmerend. Purmerend is behind the scale of chimney smoke chimneys. I'm wondering, can we see it? Can we see it? Everybody's chiming in. It's all about the detail. Yeah, it's what makes Vueling's livery so pretty. At least according to a lot of you.
Die Vueling had hele luide reversers. Dus beter hier landen.
Well, we have seen narrow bodies also using their reversers quite loudly today. All airplanes, when they apply full reverse, actually can get really loud. Yeah, it's now already a bit further to the east, so I'm thinking, well, looky here. I spy with my little eye an Emirates A380. My. There it is. Emirates A380, and I think that is Shamrock now going to the center runway? I think it is. Huh? Are they going to do a little runway inspection in the meantime over here? Aer Lingus flight 604 seems to be on the glide slope to the center runway. Looking behind me quickly. Yeah, and then I lose the A380 because I'm very far zoomed in. There doesn't seem to be an inspection going. Zie jij wel wat?
Ja, daar...
Achter ons of?
Ja, recht achter dat aircraft dat nu op glide slope zit voor center. Hij gaat of nu voor center of voor deze. Ik denk dat het center is.
Nee, die gaat naar center. De 380 gaat naar center. No, but I was talking about if there was a runway inspection going on, because Aer Lingus flight 604 is also going to the center runway. We saw it just now in the foreground. In the meantime, the gear is extending. You can see the inner main gear also locking in place. And will we be able to see the hatches close? I think we should. Yep. Nice to see. Show some legs, baby, Frank says. We're almost at 1,000 likes as well. Let's say that I'm going to do the airplane dance after the landing of the A380, because doing it right now means we're missing out on following the airplane that is already not going to land over here. Dance, MF, dance. Did we break through 1,000? Thank you all so much. 1,000 likes once again reached in the stream while live. Be careful, Philip. I am going to do. Be warned. Well, not yet, but first the A380 is going to land. Thank you all so much for the support. If it's not for the airplane dance, then at least your likes and subscriptions help to reach a wider audience. Draw in more people like you guys who like airplane dances, who like banter, who like nature, and who, of course, who like airplanes. Thank you all so much for the support. Another 1,000 likes in a stream. It's becoming more. It's becoming more of the norm. Uh-oh, Jörg just now sending 10 membership gifts. Thank you so much, Jörg. Also on behalf of Russell Crowe, who is sitting on the lantern and is also saying thank you, thank you, thank you. Before we're losing it in the chat, let me quickly scroll up. Jörg, aka JD, mate, thank you so much for your generosity. You really didn't have to do that. 10 memberships gifted, courtesy of Jörg, aka JD. If you're one of the recipients of Jörg's gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you or dankeschön. Don't forget to use those custom emojis. If you're live right now and you just received a gifted membership, you can use custom emojis already. There's an A380 front view. There is an Emirates tail. Quad squad you can use. Runway you can use. There's at least 4 that I can think of the top of my mind. 4 custom emojis that you can use if you are a member already right now. Have fun with them. They're there for a reason, to be had fun with. Airbus, another, that's a 5th. That's 5 custom emojis that you can already use if you just received a gifted membership. And also a massive big thank you to Wolfgang, who just now went ahead and also gifted 5 memberships. Thank you all so much, Jörg and Wolfgang. And welcome to the Aurora Skyline Zoom members. Don't forget to say thank you to whoever gifted you the membership. Let's turn around the camera towards the tarmac. Zoom out. Focus the pen and tilt. Go back to autofocus. First go back into the chat. Scroll up and highlight the message of Wolfgang. I'm also starting to feel a few droplets here. Few droplets, but that is it. Nothing substantial. Wolfgang, mate, thank you so much. Alright, time to disembark on an airplane dance. Philip has already cleared the space. Here we go. Thank you all so much, ladies and gentlemen, members and supporters and subscribers. This is the airplane dance on tarmac. Bank angle. We're coming in. There's crabbing. We're crabbing in. Oh, correct. Overshoot. Go around. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much. Hope you guys enjoyed the airplane dance. 1,000 likes in the stream while live. Once again accomplished. Now, if it is going to stay with just a few droplets, the plan is to stick around until the 747 arriving from Almaty has landed. Jeff has gone blind. Poor Jeff. We'll just have to improve the audio then. Make sure that he can see everything with his ears. Everything going on over here. In the meantime, I also saw that the airplanes are once again coming to the Polderbaan. I hope it wasn't a rain dance. I hope it was just an airplane dance. I hope the rain is not going to push through. Looking behind me in the direction of the wind, there are a few spots of blue sky still behind me, so I think it should be good. Hey, Stacy also in the chat again. Good to see ya. Stove says the skills are definitely leveling up. Lars asks in Dutch if I'm not hot right now. Actually no, because the temperature is dropping because of the clouds drifting in. There's already cooler air drifting in, and also I'm no longer being shined on by the sun. That makes it so much more bearable. Indeed, airplanes on the glide slope as well. Airplane visibility improving. Air France Embraer 190, Air France up is arriving from Lyon. You guys probably also heard some fireworks, and yeah, and that's Russell Crowe. Gra, gra. Ah, bird control is behind me. You can already see it. And what's this? Is that a special livery of sorts? No, it's Egypt Air. Egypt Air is arriving. And the fireworks you might have picked up on the microphone are emanating from over there. That's where the bird controller is. In the meantime, also a massive big thank you again to Marco Plaggenborg for another round of beer. Rondje Grols, groente, veggies, groeten, greets from Enschede. Marco, thank you so much. I will happily take a round of Grols on you when I'm done with my diet. I have to postpone a lot of yummy eating and drinking until after the diet, but don't you worry, I will make good for it.
Saudi and 787 is op center.
Oh yeah, Saudi is also indeed coming. Thank you, Philip. Almost forgot. Saudi Dreamliner arriving from Jeddah. Flight 215 787-10 Dreamliner. 5 hours and 26 minutes on the way. The Hazard 25. KLM 737 over here in the foreground. Always makes for a nice combo shot. In the meantime, the rain over here has stopped, but the rain of super chats is continuing. A massive big thank you first of all to Robert the PD0DH, PD0DH, who writes in Dutch, small contribution for some dancing lessons or an ice cream. We always watch this fantastic stream. Keep up the good work. Robert, thank you so much for your kind words. Much appreciated. I do the best I can and I will try to keep it up as long as possible. If I have to, I will resort to using blue pills. Also a massive big thank you to Peter K, who is super chatting for dance shoes for boy. Thank you so much for that, Peter. Do you think I need new shoes to be dancing more easily in? In the meantime, Ryanair is arriving over here, arriving from Dublin, Ireland. Thus far, a lot of airplanes have been using their reversers. If this is going to be another airplane, it's going to get loud. This is Ryanair flight 3102, arriving from Dublin, Ireland, 1 hour and 9 minutes on the way. The ideal EIDYL. So if all is well, another Quad Squad member is on its way. Let's have a quick look on Flight Radar to see where it is in the sky right now and what its ETA currently is at, because for those of you who have stuck around There is another 747 that is not too far away right now. All white, Atlas Air, arriving from Almaty. This is not good news. Its ETA is 1:58. As soon as it is crossing into Dutch airspace, it will get a runway assignment. Most of you will know what website to look for. Please keep me posted when it does fly into Dutch airspace. It will not take too long. It looks like there is more rain coming, but it seems that the majority of it is actually going to be going east of us. So yeah, barring a few droplets, which I will happily accept while waiting, it should stay dry over here. Quick look at the wind to see what it is doing. It is picking up a little bit. The temperature probably, well, still 27 degrees and still 12 knots of wind. So surprised to see that. I thought it was going to be a bit cooler already, but I guess it's just the temperature difference, the subjective temperature difference between the sun shining on your head and not shining on your head.
Ja, ik denk dat de regen ons echt net instuurt.
Ja, dat is inderdaad wat buienradar ook zegt, dat de regen net ten oosten van ons landinwaarts verder doorgaat. Alright, let's see. KLM Flight 1200 is arriving next. That is a 737-800 arriving from Oslo. In the meantime, Leroy also going ahead, gifting memberships. Leroy mate, thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Leroy if you are one of the recipients of his gifted memberships. Don't forget to use those custom emojis. They're there to have fun with. I challenge all of you, new members, old members, gifted members, not gifted members, to get creative with the emojis. Make us laugh, get creative with them. This is KLM Flight 1200 and it is returning home from Oslo. It left Oslo 1 hour and 30 minutes ago. It's the Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Kilo. 24 years old, first flight August 2000. Robert Spearman also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. And good day to you. Richard, goedemiddag. Parallel arrivals in progress until approximately 2 p.m. After that, it is back to just one runway for inbound traffic. That looks to become the Polderbaan. Nancy is going to head into the Lurkers Lounge and get ready for bed. This channel rocks, you're so entertaining, your mods rock. Thank you so much for the kind words, Nancy. I like that you encourage the use of emojis too. Yeah, well, Nancy, they're there for a reason, and if you look at all the emojis, most of them have been thought up by me, but the ideas of what to make came from all the members. This is the perk for the members, so use it when you are a member. That's my philosophy. And you guys tell me what you want. I try to make the best version of it that I can. So yeah, that's democracy at work. Thanks for joining us, Nancy. I think you were there already from the beginning, so hope you had fun. Hopefully we'll see you again later during another stream. Russell has also come over to say goodbye to you, Nancy. He's hiding, he's a little shy, but his beak is open. That makes him almost saying goodbye in his own language. So yeah, we're sticking around until the all-white 747 has landed. Whether it is going to be on this runway or on the center runway remains to be seen. It's ETA now briefly before 2 o'clock, but we have seen it before that shortly before the closure of the official closure, they already were directing the airplanes to a different runway. Then again, there's also the chance that shortly before 2 o'clock they're going to do a runway inspection of the Polderbaan, and everything coming in from the west will also be directed to the wrong runway. I'll say goodbye to him on your behalf, Nancy. if he's still around. I think he already went further south. Maybe there's somebody there who has some chips or something. They're always hungry, aren't they? This is Transavia flight 6144. Is it me or is it sounding like there's also somebody, a speaker or something? I sometimes think I am hearing a speaker or something, and I'm thinking, isn't there the mud run or something over there taking place right now? Yeah, the microphone for the ambient mic is pointing toward, insofar as you can see it, it is pointing towards the runway.
Verkeerde runway, Calum heeft 21.
Yeah. There's also a recreational area not too far from where I'm standing, where also festivals are sometimes held in the summer, and you can sometimes hear the beats from the dance music and the DJs playing over there. There's also an event for people who are into cardio called Mud Masters. Sort of an obstacle run where you have to do all the military training stuff, but then voluntarily. And I thought I saw signs warning about parking for the mud run, so I'm thinking, is that today perhaps?
Ja, de regen mist ons even net. Daar die regen.
Yeah, exactly. Philip is already pointing to the east and says we're just going to miss the rain. It's going to be taking place. It's raining to the east of us, and we are here in the west, where looking now into the west you can still see bits of blue. Yeah, exactly. Martin confirming mud run is taking place today in this weekend. Haarlemmermeerse Bos is right round the corner, just a little bit to the south again. Nee, Sparrenwoude is to the north, Frank. Sparrenwoude would be more in right north of us, but you have the old Floriade terrein, where the flower show Floriade, which was once held. The whole organization has gone bankrupt after the last edition in Almere. That did not do well financially, but there used to be a flower show organized once every so many years, and there's a terrain right to the southwest of where I'm standing, Floriade terrein. There's a Spotter's Hill as well. Not sure what the name of the festival is. It's a well-known big festival, dance festival that is organized over there, but also the mud run in the vicinity. But that's a different location. Andy Q says cardio training and a rave sounds like my idea, my kind of night out. Mysteryland, indeed, that's the name of the festival. So whenever Mysteryland is being held and the wind is blowing from the southwest, we can enjoy the music here as well. Mysteryland, indeed. Now this is an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Geneva, KLM flight 1932, the PHNXN, November X-ray November. About touchdown after 1 hour and 9 minutes of flight. Hailing from 2022, month not being specified on flight radar. Still unsure why there is this glitch in flight radar where not all the airplane first flights are specified to the month precisely. I have a silver subscription and the DAPRI, the DAPRI, that we knew as Chucky until recently. It always said in flight radar that its first flight was in January 2008. Right now it only says 2008, no longer it says January, even though we know it is January. Ja, ik hoorde het. You guys were able to hear the late deployment of the reversers of the E2 Embraer just now. And thank you Laura, who says that Mysteryland is now held on August 22nd this year. Just one day, right? Now, where's the weekender? Jörg likes these Embraers with engines wider than the fuselage. Is that actually so? Is the circumference or the diameter of the engines of the E2 bigger than that of its fuselage? I'm not sure that it is. It almost looks like it, but did anybody look into that and has it been measured? In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Andy Q, who just now went ahead and gifted 10 memberships. That's 10 new members courtesy of you, mate. Hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you just now will say thank you for it eventually. Welcome to the Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Andy and please use those custom emojis. Have fun with them. They're there for a reason. 32 of them. At 1600 members, we'll get a 33rd slot available. Last time I checked, we were just hovering around 1000 to 1100, so we are still away from that, but give it time. Give it time. Patience is a virtue. Next airplane coming in is a 777-200ER. It's KLM flight 646 and it is arriving from New York JFK. Flight time 6 hours and 27 minutes. It's the PHBQP, that's Bravo Quebec Papa. Bravo Quebec Papa, don't preach. 18-year-old airplane, first flight April 2007. And I thought I also saw a wide body. Yeah, there's also a wide body flying parallel to it. Well, not exactly parallel, but a little bit behind it. Arriving from Mumbai in India, 777 from Air China, China Airlines Cargo. I still... It's like picking straws from a hat. If you say air and China and cargo, and it doesn't matter in what order you pick them up, but if you place the words behind one another, you'll have an airline company. China Airlines Cargo, Cargo China Airlines. Melody Deluxe, a new moniker of Lorenzo. No, wait. Not Lorenzo. Oh, wait. What was your name again? I already forgot. Dirk. One of the many Dirks that we had in the chat this morning and also next to me. Pleasure was all mine. Hope you had a nice time here at Schiphol and the family as well. Buon pomeriggio, Hendrik. E Roberto. Come state? Deze is China Airlines Cargo.
Lijkt me op China Southern met die neus.
Ja, het is China Airlines met die bloem op de staart. Maar inderdaad, the nose is a bit angry looking, isn't it? China Airlines Cargo. Arriving from Mumbai in India, 777 freighter. Registration Bravo 18777. That seems very appropriate.
Ik heb ook nog een dubbele glideslope shot erna.
Right. 747 to center, Maria says. That is a pity. That is a pity. 747 die gaat naar center. Schade. What can you do? What can you do? Well, we have seen it before that airplanes designated to land on one runway got redirected to another runway. So it ain't over till the fat lady sings, is what they say, right? I haven't heard a fat lady sing yet. Let's manifest the Polderbaan. Ah, that might be it, Lisa. He doesn't like the flower on his tail. I don't want to wear a flower on my tail. I want to be grumpy. Now, is this the new livery already? with the deeper smile. The nose cone is one color, but I'm still struggling to see if this is the new livery or not. Let's see, what does it look on that airplane? Yeah, hard to see.
Ja, het is een nieuwe.
Wel? Jij zegt wel? Oké. Philip says it is a new livery. Peter K is delving into the history of Mysteryland and says that the first Mysteryland was already in 1993. Yeah, you also had Thunderdome and whatnot, all those parties, inner city. Still a shame. Wanted to go in the year 2000. One of the sets that basically launched, what's his called, Chesto. Legendary set back then. Before he went all commercial. Right. Paul is reassuring us that we will see a nice ETA 8220 pretty soon. So that is good news, mate. Thanks for lifting up our spirits. This is an A321neo from KLM, arriving from Chester. Having traversed the Gulf of Yorkshire to get here. KLM flight 1032. Fax A, the very first of the A321neos delivered to KLM's fleet. And that means that this airplane is turning one already next month. Not only does this airplane fly, but time does too. Here you can more pronouncedly see the deeper smile. This is a no-brainer. This is a new livery with the deep smile. With that 737 just now, I found it a bit more difficult to see if it was or wasn't. Two KLM E2 Embraer 195s are flying next to one another to both runways simultaneously. Over here we have KLM flight 1920 returning from Zurich. And over there also an E2 Embraer 195, that's KLM flight 1652, and that's arriving from Florence. This is KLM flight 1920 returning from Zurich in Switzerland. Took an hour and 5 minutes to get here. Airplane 3 years old, first flight November 2021. Indeed, default plane, the plane is staring at you. Even though the meter isn't indicating that much crosswind, we have seen the airplanes that landed here in the last hour crab more than you'd think they would, considering the wind direction and speed, at least in my humble opinion. And from one E2 to the next, this is KLM flight 1652, arriving from Florence or Firenze. 1 hour 41 minutes on the way, so these airplanes also almost simultaneously departed from their respective destinations. Good afternoon, Jubima, and also Luan, goedemiddag. All is well over here, thank you for asking. Hope that also goes for you. Now the ETA. Hey, goeiedag. Now the ETA flight 144. This is a Bombardier C-Series 100, the one that Paul referred to earlier. 1 hour and 23 minutes on the way, the EIMVF. Marie Victor Foxtrot. First flight December 2024, brand new airplane. Lars asks, until when will you be live? Until the all-white 747 has landed. Oh, and the one is watching this while she has to study. Uh-oh. That's not good. Then again, Amos Live has been your best reason to procrastinate from work and studies since 2022. Police car on patrol.
Komt ook even deze op.
Ja, zeker. Gisteren zeker. I am also seeing another wide body that is turning base now, and Air Canada should be in the background somewhere already. Is it visible? Maybe you guys can see it, but I'm not. Hey Chris, congratulations. Chris passed the exams. School exams. Said it before, I'll say it again. If you are visiting the Netherlands from abroad and you're coming over this time of year, you'll see Dutch flags hanging outside of houses randomly. Not all houses have them, some will. And you'll almost always see a backpack attached in the top of the flag. That means that there is a family living there with school-going children, and that one of the children graduated from middle school, passed the exams. Dutch tradition, hanging out the flag and putting your backpack in it, in the top. Alright, Air Canada flight 808 should be next. It's still pretty far away. Can we see it already? I think we can, barely. There it is. Still with the gear up. This looks pixelated because I'm zoomed in digitally now. I'm just magnifying pixels. This is 400 times digital zoom in addition to the optical zoom that is roughly 600 millimeters full frame equivalent. The concentric rings around the light sources tells you that the lens is properly aligned. The collimation is good. Pixel it up. I shall. Yeah, no, it's overkill, but you can at least see the deployment of the gear. There you go. You can see that the gear is extending. You can even see that the hatches close again after they've locked into position. It is a 78. No, it's a 787-9. It's the mid-size. It is in the bank rubber look, the bank rubber livery. So hide your money. It is coming to get our money. Dallas Aviation is also looking forward to the 24-hour over Le Mans. What time will they start? Probably shortly, right? 4 o'clock. Ah, thank you. So that's in 2 hours and 10 minutes from now approximately. There's also a 777-300 arriving from Sao Paulo. Approaching. KLM flight 792. Where is the 747? Oh. 747 is in the vicinity of Lelystad, coming this way. So unfortunately, it still seems to be going to the wrong runway. We still ought to be able to see it quite well from over here. Visibility below the clouds is very good actually. Here too you can see the gear extending and the levers shutting again. 777 also has the gear out now. The 747 is starting to cross the Marker Meer. That's the body of water between the province of North Holland, which is where all the airplanes are now flying over on the glide slope. That's the northwesternmost province of the Netherlands. Starts approximately over here in the vicinity of Haarlem. Schiphol also officially in the same province. Amsterdam is too, Haarlem as well. Haarlem is actually the capital of the province. And that center province where the cities Almere and Lelystad are situated is called Flevoland. That used to be water. Leave it to the Dutchies to make a new province out of it. And the body of water in between is called Markermeer. Used to be IJsselmeer, but they've also placed dikes between Enkhuizen and somewhere over there in Flevoland. So now it is now the Markermeer. Which is interesting because if you look on Flight Radar, there's a small island. It's basically still attached to the mainland, but there's a small island. If you look at the 7 o'clock of where the 747 is now flying, that's the island of Marken. It's not actually an island, but still connected to land with a road.
Wij Nederlanders zullen overal een eiland van maken, boeit niet.
Ja, precies.
Als we een eiland willen maken, we maken een eiland. Niks kan ons stoppen. Als we een eiland willen, dan...
Dutchies are unstoppable indeed. And that's what Philip is saying more or less. If we want to make an island, we'll make it. It was also the Dutch, I think it was BAM, but I might be wrong, might also be a different company. But the islands, the globe in Dubai, those islands that form the entire globe was also for the most part, if not completely made by the Dutch.
Ja, we zijn gewoon beter in eilanden.
And I'm not sure about that, Kevin, you might be right. Kevin suggests, wasn't Markermeer also supposed to be made dry? It could be. There was a point where we wanted to make everything land and flat. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point in history they did want to make land out of everything. Cameras King asks, do you will spot any thunderstorms today? Well, as it stands, no, because I am going to wrap up the stream after the 747 has landed on the center runway. And it is approaching already.
Ja, ik ga.
Ah, Philip gaat er vandoor. Philip's dad, see you later.
Ik ga toch op stream zijn, dus...
Perfect, nou ja, ik ben er nog een paar minuutjes. Dan is het ook klaar voor vandaag. Hey, wel thuis, fijne dag. Philip and his dad are leaving. Philip is the young lad who walked backwards, looking a bit frightened when I did the airplane dance a couple of weeks ago. Let's see, the 747 is now flying in the vicinity of Purmerend. And that is over there somewhere. Question is, can we see the contour of an all-white 747 against a grey background? That makes it much more difficult to spot. Particularly if I am looking on the 3.5... Hey! No wait, that's that's on the glide slope to the center runway in the foreground already. Indeed, Paul, he did look very shocked before. He's grown used to it now because of the many airplane dances that we have had since then. I think that was the day that I did the first one because of the 1,000 likes. I thought we also were doing another one later in that same stream because we breached the 1,500 likes. I'm not sure if it was the same stream. Anyway, doesn't matter. SAS. Right, another effort to see if we can maybe spot a 747 that is completely white against a grey background. That's going to be a challenge. Maybe you guys can see it. I'm looking at a small screen with quite a lot of reflections still, despite the sun not shining. Yeah. No dice, not yet. Maybe in a few moments. In the meantime, we have KLM flight 1450 returning from Toulouse with nothing to lose but Toulouse. 1 hour 28 minutes on the way. And Maria indicating that we crossed through 1100 likes. Thank you all so much for that. Thank you all so much for that. That's 400 shy of a second airplane dance. But considering the proximity of our last airplane, I don't think we are going to see it happening in this stream. But that's okay. Doesn't matter. Okay, they are going to do a runway inspection because KLM flight 706 arriving from Rio de Janeiro is now on the glide slope to center right before the 747 is. So you can rest assured that they are going to do a runway inspection now on this runway, and I think I can already see the light of the bird control vehicle. Yeah, that's quite a bit of light over there. Rakete 88, herzlich willkommen. Just in time for our last airplane, which is approaching. Don't think we can see it yet, or is this it? Yeah, well, there you go. There it is. Arriving from Almaty. Unfortunately, being assigned to the wrong runway. Wasn't meant to be. It wasn't meant to be. While we have a few moments, quick check in. No more flickering since I renewed the HDMI cable. Or have there been? Have there been any? Haven't seen any reports. So I guess we can just... Well, I'm not going to put it away yet, the HDMI cable. Might come in useful if I need to throw something at a heron. No more black screens, no more flickering. Cheers, guys. So yeah, I guess it was just the HDMI cable after 2 years of service, multiple times per week, in winter and in summer. That probably gave out and lost some of its heat resistance. Last airplane of the day, Atlas Air, flight 8153, arriving from Almaty. Almaty, what country is that again? That's not Kazakhstan, is it? Or is it? Keep it for the AMS museum. Well, if somebody would donate a 7478 to me, I would consider keeping it for the AMS Live Museum after I'm done with live streaming and go into retirement, streaming retirement. Ah, yeah, Kazakhstan, right. There you go. I always used to be good at topography in school, but that's been so long ago already for me. Boratland. Yikshimash. Hey, you're welcome, Roy. Glad to hear you enjoyed. If you did enjoy the stream and you haven't already, consider leaving an additional like and maybe subscribing to the channel. It is a free and easy way to help this channel reach a wider audience. If you want to promote this channel and you think others might also find this stream and this channel entertaining, liking and subscribing is an easy way to do that, to support the channel for free. This is going to be the last airplane for today. If all is well, weather should be good tomorrow. Stable weather all throughout the day. I'm looking to keep up the morning schedule. Not sure yet where I'm going to go to. Not sure what the winds are going to do. On the one hand, I'm thinking, let's go to the Kaagbaan for a change because I've been at Polderbaan now for 3 days in a row. Then again, the traffic from Polderbaan has been differing on all days. Also, considering the upcoming NATO summit, I'm also thinking, yeah, I'm not going to be able to go here from next week Friday morning already. Better make it count. So QJ is hearing the sirens. Those were from a vehicle driving on the road behind me, the N205, I think that's behind me. Not sure if they're coming to get me. I hope they won't. Klaas is already saying until tomorrow. Tot morgen, Klaas. Thanks for stopping by. This is Atlas Air arriving from Almaty in Kazakhstan. 7 hours and 39 minutes ago it left from Kazakhstan. The airplane is 17 years old. First flight May 2008. It's the November 407 Kilo Zulu. It's going to be the last airplane for today's show. Landing on the wrong runway, but there you go. That rhymes. And on that bombshell, it is time to end. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. I had a wonderful time. Hope you guys enjoyed it as well. A massive big thank you to the ground crew who joined in all stages of the show. In the beginning, a bit later, and also at the end. Massive big thank you to everybody who supported today in the form of likes, subscribing, becoming a member, gifting memberships, PayPal donations, merch store purchases and whatnot. Thank you all so much. You guys are what makes this channel so great. And I hope I will see you again during the next one. Also, lastly, a massive big thank you to all the moderators once again for keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all. You guys rock, and where would I be without you? Probably nowhere. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. Enjoy the rest of your day. I hope I will see you all again tomorrow with a new show. Until then, be safe and see you all soon. Take care.